Hi everyone, I'm Sally-Ann Harrison and I am a patchwork and quilting fanatic and I've been sewing all my life. I'm currently based here in Bristol, but I used to live in the USA and that's where I picked up the sewing bug big time. I suppose you could say that my sewing journey began when I was about 8 or 9. I distinctly remember the first thing that I ever made and it was, I say I ever made on my own, obviously I did sewing at school, but I came home and I chopped up one of my mother's old uniforms and she used to work in a store. I cut up these little pieces of cotton and I made myself a bikini top, and I can remember the absolute thrill of putting this little bikini top on and going out on my bicycle and riding up and down the road, and that was the first thing that I ever made and I was totally smitten. My claim to fame has to be demonstrating at the Houston International Quilt Show. I am very heavily into wool applique, and I developed a technique where you would use a perlé thread on the top of a sewing machine, and they were interested in Houston. I actually went along to demonstrate in open studios whilst the show was on. It was really magical to have so many people that were interested in what I could do with a sewing machine. I am one of the longer running guests now on Sewing Street. Goodness knows how that happened. But I still get an absolute buzz every time I come up and do a demo, and I love receiving your messages and the feedback after the show. It's absolutely amazing. I'm hoping to bring you lots of new techniques and different ideas, so do stick with me and follow my Sewing Street journey.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Do you love sewing? Are you creative, inspiring, and love to share your skills and tips with others?
We're excited to announce Sewing Street's Search for a Star 2022.
We're looking for talented sewists of all genres,
Dressmaking,
quilting,
homewares,
and needlecraft,
to join the Sewing Street family
and share their sewing wisdom with our viewers.
live on air.
To enter to become our next guest designer, all you have to do is send us a video submission of you introducing yourself and a brief demonstration of some sewing.
Send your video to studio@sewingstreet.com with the subject, Search for a Sewing Star. If you have any issues, email us and director Elliot will be sure to help.
Please keep your videos under 3 minutes in length and in landscape.
For more information, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Good luck!
Good morning and welcome to Sewing Street. My name is Rebecca Reid and thank you for joining me on this beautiful frosty morning. Whoa, it's cold out there. Chilly this morning. So I hope you're all staying nice and warm indoors, because we have got 5 fun-packed hours of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane today. Loads coming up for you. We've got Debbie, our designer guest in the house, who has got one brand new kit, 2 new kits in all new colourways. They're going to be fantastic. Loads of other things. But before I tell you what we're going to do today, let's talk about the early bird. Quite excited about this one because this is one of my favourite products. The basting spray. Our special early bird special. If you let me turn around so you can see it. There we go. So this is the June Taylor basting spray. Now, if you've never heard of this, this will change your quilting life. So you know how you've made your quilt top, and then you put it in a carrier bag and it sits in the corner because you think, oh, I'm not really sure how to assemble the quilt and I really don't want to tack it all together. This is going to change everything. So basically what you do is when you make a quilt, you have 3 layers. You have your backing fabric, your wadding or batting in America, and you have your quilt top. And then you've got to join all the 3 layers together. So in the old days, you'd have to lay down your backing fabric, then the wadding, smooth it all out, put the quilt top on top, and then tack it all, safety pin it all together, which makes your knees ache and takes ages. This changes everything. Normally, this costs $12.99 a bottle, a can, spray on. But today, for our special early bird, we are selling it to you at $10.99. We've got a few price comparisons for you, just so that you can see what a fantastic offer this is for you today. Look at that, $15.50. That's more expensive than our highest price, $15.50. So we've got it for you today at $10.99. So what you do is you lay your wadding down and you spray the wadding, not the fabric, the wadding, and then you stick the backing fabric, and then you stick the quilt top on top of it. And it's great because you can smooth it all out, you can get rid of all of those wrinkles. If, like me, you always struggle, you get the top nice and flat, and then you get the backing that goes all wrinkly and funny. This is fantastic because you can spray both. But the great thing about it is that you can peel it off and put it back on again. So if you find that it's got a few wrinkles in 1 or 2 places, really easy to reposition. So this takes all of the pain and trauma out of tacking and pinning and makes a massive difference. It's acid free. You can use it with cotton or polyester wadding, and it won't affect the fabric. It won't show through to the fabric. It's not going to make any difference to it. You can still pop your quilt in the wash, but it just means that you don't have to do all that tacking. The one thing I would say is be careful. You don't really want to get it on your carpet. You'll have a sticky carpet. So put an old sheet underneath it, or do it outside if it's a nice day, maybe in the summer. But what I tend to do is I've got an old duvet cover I lay on the floor just around the edges. Follow the instructions on the can. It tells you exactly how far you need to be away from it. Oh, sorry, my speaker's a bit quiet. No, I can't hear you very well. I can hear you, but really, really quietly. To just make that's better. Right. I'm back now. It just means it's so much easier, quicker. You will get better results as well. So do protect your carpet. And as I was saying before I got confused about my microphone, it does tell you all the instructions on the back about you have to hold it 10 to 12 inches from your wadding, shake it well, all that kind of thing. And then when you spray it, hold it above the wadding and do it in a nice all over general. So you just get a fine mist all over it. But if you've made some quilts and you're thinking, oh, I don't want to do all that tacking together, then buy a can of this. Remember, today's price $10.99. That will go back up to $12.99 at midnight or until stocks last. This is our special price, but even at $12.99, it's still cheaper from us. I know. Elsewhere, there's another one, $15.50. Amazing price. So even at our full price, that's fantastic, and we are more affordable. But today, only till midnight, $10.99 to you today. Oh, we've got some reviews of it. These are the FIFA reviews are totally independent, and they're put on our website. So this one says, never be without this basting spray. Ensure your quilting efforts are smoothly led. It really does make a difference. It's June Taylor. You know, you've seen all of her Quilt As You Go products and everything. They are fantastic. These products have been around for a very long time. Quilters absolutely swear by them. Here's another review. Great value for money. That's why I bought 2 at this price. June Taylor, not trailer, always produces quality items and has YouTube on items as well. Yes, she does. So if you go onto YouTube and you want to see some demonstrations of it, just put in June Taylor quilt basting spray and you'll be able to see how to use it. But it really is one of those magic products that you think, a bit like fabric glue, where you think, oh no, I can't use fabric glue. Brilliant, it doesn't affect the fabric. Quilt basting spray is the same. I mean, it has been developed specially. It's not just a glue. It is specially developed for tacking your quilt together, and you will get smoother, more accurate results. It's brilliant. But at $10.99, that's a great start, isn't it? Means you've already saved £2. The postage and packaging today and every day is $3.95 for anything and everything that you buy between now and midnight. So you've already saved £2 off that. It doesn't matter how many times you check out. They're still £3.95. It's amazing. A lot of places at the moment we've had a check round this morning, are either very low in stock or out of stock, because there's a lot of you who've had lockdown, have made all these quilt tops and thinking, right, I now need to assemble all of these. So because it has such great reviews and lots of the expert quilters use it all the time, and we do have to import it, that it does go out of stock quite quickly. We're okay at the moment. We've managed to secure some stock, but at that special price, it will be flying out today. So pop it in your basket, check out. Remember, if you haven't checked out, it's not yours. You need to check out. However, you can check out as many times as you like between now and midnight, and you will still only be charged the £3.95 postage and packing, which is fantastic, isn't it? Because, you know, with some websites, you check out and then like later on, 8 o'clock this evening, you think, oh, I really need to pop a friction pen in there. Oh, I'll have to pay another lot of postage. You don't. The basket is closed at midnight, and at that point, the P&P is applied. So, June Taylor, quilt basting spray, 10-ounce can, £2 off today, or until stock lasts up until midnight. So, shall we have a look at what's coming up today on Sewing Street? So, at 8 o'clock, that's now, we have got Tula Pink. We have got all the Tula Pink fabric that we have got in stock in Sewing Street. Everything we have, which is brilliant. I mean, if you love Tula Pink, you're going to enjoy this. If you've not heard of Tula Pink, who is Tula Pink? What is the fabric? What's so special about it? I will be telling you all about it. I'm a big, big fan. So we have got all of Tula Pink, including the newest collection that we have from her as well. Daydreamer, gorgeous, and some beautiful extra wide backing fabrics from her as well that go with it. Work well with that quilt basting spray. At 9 o'clock, Debbie Harris is with us with her brand new Tooth Fairy cushion. We've got 5 kits for this. You can buy the instructions on their own, or you can buy our kit in 5 different colourways to make this beautiful Tooth Fairy cushion. Look, it's a tooth and it's a fairy. It's got a full alphabet so that you can personalise it. It's got a little pocket to keep those teeth safely in. Can be hung up in the bedroom or popped on the bed. Debbie's going to be showing us how to make that. Designed exclusively by her for us, and it is brand new today, and we've got it in different colourways as well. Perfect for all boys and girls. At 10 o'clock, we've got a Sashiko and Embroidery out. We have got a whole host of embroidery kits, panels, threads, Sashiko panels, Sashiko fabrics. So if you love Sashiko embroidery, or you're thinking January, new year, new hobby, I'd really like to take up embroidery. I've seen that Sashiko, I'd like to have a go at it. This is the hour for you, because I'll be going through it. I'm a big fan of Sashiko and embroidery, so I'll be talking you all through that. At 11 o'clock, Debbie will be back with us with her Millie Ragdoll. Now, we've seen this on air once before, but she's got some brand new kits for us today to make her in different colourways. Isn't she sweet? In the kits, you've got everything to make the doll, the hair, the dresses, all the instructions and everything, and all the accessories, even little bow on her hair and a bag. She'll be with us at 11 o'clock showing us how to make that with a choice of kits, as well as her gorgeous hanging hearts. In the kit, you've got the instructions, the fabric, and even the little keyring and the lobster clasp as well. We've got a choice of different colourways for you. They are so sweet. Really nice way to sort of freshen up a corner of your room. Lovely for the bedroom or the kitchen. Lovely gift, either to make for someone or to give to as kit. Really nice to hang on the door. You can put lavender inside. Nice to pop in your underwear drawer, hang inside your wardrobe. That will be coming up at 11 o'clock after Debbie's done her Millie Ragdoll with us. Then at 12 o'clock it's Yarn Lane. Yes, of course, it's Monday. It's Yarn Lane. We're thinking about spring. I'm thinking about spring. My neighbour told me that that we're gaining an hour of daylight every month. So that must mean spring is on its way. So Yarn Lane will be with us at 12 o'clock, where we've got a whole choice, specially collated kits and tools and materials all about spring, which is really exciting. Oh, let me get Millie off the shelf. Look at her. I want to get, oh, she's watching something. Before we go on to the rest of the hour, let's have a little look at Millie. Look, she is the star of the show. Look, she's got beautiful hair in plaits. She's already on pre-order. So if you want to buy her, you need to go onto sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live. I'll show you in a minute. Her hair and the kits come in 2 different colourways. She has a little bow. Look, she's even got a little handbag. She's tied on to keep her on, but you can take that off. I'm trying to steal her bag. She's got, that'd be great way to carry your handbag. Just put one of those plastic clasps in. Plaited handle, nice little denim patchwork bag. She's even got pants. Look, she's got pants. Look, oh, sorry, smacked my mic. Look, she's got little pants. I know, but I just want to show you, see, because it's the best thing about having dolls is you want to be able to dress them and undress and take their clothes off. So she's got little pants. She has shoes with bows on as well. And we've got her in 2 different colourways for you today. But isn't she good? I love her denim pinafore. I wonder if Debbie would do a full-size pattern for me. That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? I think I'd look nice in that. I like the little heart with the pocket, on the pocket. Anyway, she is on at 11 o'clock with us. So I'll just pop her on the corner of my desk so that she can watch the show. She's up ready. So if you want to get in touch with me, which I would love, it's really, really nice to hear your messages, see your feedback, ask any questions, send in photos of things that you've made. It's great. If you've made things from Tula Pink fabric, please send me some photos. I'd love to see them. I love the fabric. Love to see what people do with them. All you have to do is message the studio@sewingstreet.com. You can ask questions to me or to Debbie, and any comments you've got. It would be lovely to hear from you. This is our big sewing community. This is where we tell you all the lovely products, and we love to hear back from you as well, and find out what you've been made. Check us out on Facebook. You can message us on Sewing Street TV Facebook as well. Pop your messages in. I'll read those out as they come in during the morning. To shop with us, the easiest way to do it, there are 2 ways. You can either do it on the phone or you can do it on the website. The easiest is on the website. Go on to www.sewingstreet.com. Now, if you click on Watch Live, which is on that top bar that Hannah's just done, there I am, Watch Live. You will see on the left, there's the early bird and today's best sellers. You can write messages there. If you need to have an account with us, which you can sign up. That's quite easy, and you can send it in. If you have a look, so we've got the items that we've already talked about, and they will appear on the left. At the moment, everything is on pre-order. Now, if you scroll down through pre-order, this is the way that you can get ahead. So if there's some of the fabric or items or kits or tools that you think, because you know what it's like, we go through this stuff and then we go, I'm sorry, it's sold out. If you want to get ahead, just go all the way through, click on add to basket, and then don't forget to check out, because it's not yours until it's checked out. There's Debbie's tooth fairy cushions, so you can see, look, 5 different, there's the pictures of the fabric that's in the kits. If you click on the product, it will give you more information. There you are, that tells you the fabrics you're getting. So if you want more information, you can get it there. All the tools that are needed for that. And then we move into the Sashiko Embroidery. We've got beautiful panels. These are beautiful embroidery panels. They're printed sort of a grey onto a beautiful white cotton fabric, and you can just embroider them over. Really fantastic. 3 panels, 3 different designs on there for $9.99 as well. Lovely Love from Beth embroidery kits. Look, loads. I think Hannah got carried. We've got loads and loads. We've got Oh So Beautiful kits. Then we move on to the Sashiko. We've got kits. We've got panels. Oh, that's a lovely one, isn't it? We've got fabrics that you can use to go with it. We've got panels as well. So if you want to get ahead, that's all the Sashiko. There she is. There's Millie. So there's all the different, when you click on the product, it will show you the fabrics that are used in that particular kit, because we've got a choice of 2 colourways in there today. There's the Hanging Hearts kits. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. If you look on that, you can see the pictures of the fabric colours, so you can choose. It just enables you to get ahead before we go on air with that. Anyway, so Tula Pink. Now, I have actually met Tula Pink. that could be one of my claims to fame. Interviewing Kay Fassett and meeting Tula Pink. I went to Houston International Quilt Festival, in the days when we were allowed to do such things, maybe just over 2 years ago. And I met her there. She is the most fantastic fabric designer. And what I love about Tula Pink is that she's a quilter. Her mum owned a quilting shop. She grew up in the quilting patchwork world. So she's come from a background of being a quilter and a sewer, helping out in a mum's shop at the weekend. Then she went to art college, trained to be a designer. And the two mixed together is she knows exactly how to draw, how to design, and what fabric that people actually want to buy and what they're going to do with it. So it's not just, it's unusual to have the two mixed together. But she's a massive personality. She's wonderful. And she's got the most fantastic sense of colour, design, inspiration, slightly mad. Her design's slightly mad, very colourful, but absolutely gorgeous. But you know, the best people are slightly mad, aren't they? In that, her imagination always runs riot. And I know when I spoke to her, she said she always finds it really difficult when she designs a fabric collection. She's got so many ideas, she comes up with so many things, to then have to choose just a few of them. But her key thing is what makes her stand out from everyone else is her colour. It's her sense of colour and fun that she puts together. Now, her newest collection is called the Daydreamer collection. So this was her inspiration. Daydreamer is an escape to a surreal place of make-believe and wonder. Everything here is light and happy. Daydreamer is like a soft, warm blanket that I can wrap my mind in when it's cold and rainy outside. I'm a daydreamer, and I think you might be a daydreamer too. So this was a collection that was designed during the peak of the pandemic, and the working title was Anywhere But Here. Yeah, I think I take a bit of agree with her. She was teaching on a Caribbean cruise, lucky Tula, and she had to come back home, and I think she decided, well, as I'm not teaching on the Caribbean cruise, but I've been very inspired while I was there, I'm going to use that inspiration, and she had the time and the space to design this beautiful collection. These are a few of the makes. This is from her Instagram, because if you have a look at her Instagram or go on her website, you can see she has all of her fabrics there, and she has lots of different patterns using her fabric. She's done a beautiful, if you have a look, go and have a look at her Instagram. She's designed the most beautiful pineapple quilt using this. She used to do videos on her website on a Tuesday. They're really funny, inspirational, and she talked you through the design process and how she did it. It's great. I love her quote, I'm a little bit weird in a good way. And there's more about the Daydreamer collection. So when I designed Daydreamer, I was 5 months into the shelter-in-place order in my state. I don't know what the shelter-in-place order is. Is that like stay at home, save lives? Right, so she was staying at home. I was stuck at home in the Midwest during the rainiest summer in recent memory. Oh, that's a shame. We were lucky we had a nice summer, didn't we? I did what I do best and imagined myself in another place, in another world, and I drew everything that I saw while I was there. I spent a lot of time there. It was lovely. Daydreamer is an escape to a surreal place of make-believe and wonder. Everything here is light and happy. So this is Tula's description of her magical place. When I first landed, I met a pair of striped-legged flamingos nibbling on the very shrimp that give them their radiant pink colour. Overhead, I witnessed a flock of vividly coloured macaws in all of their vibrant plumage soaring through an ombre-coloured sunset. An array of omniscient butterflies landed on my shoulders and fluttered their soft wings against my cheeks as a sweet, welcoming hello. And in the tall grass behind me lurked a family of rainbow jaguars that sparkled like constellations under a full moon. A panorama of tiny rainbows lit up the sky and reminded me of the magic that happens when the sun meets the rain. The sweet nectar of tropical fruits bloomed all around me, filling the air with fresh, sugary delights. Yes, she is a little bit imaginative, but when you read that and you hear that and you see her fabrics, you can see exactly where she's coming from. 2 ombre clouds. Right. In my I'm looking for there we go. These are gorgeous. Now you see, Tula doesn't just do plain fabric. Oh no. Look at these. These are absolutely gorgeous. I'm going to open up the whole panel. Now, these are sold by the heart. It's not a panel. I'm going to show up the whole piece of fabric. But look how the colour changes. You've got, I mean, this is sunset, isn't it? You've got the deep pinky reds on the right and the left. And then they move forward. They move forward. I'll show you what it looks so you can see the ombre. Now, if I light down so you can have a closer look at the pattern that repeats across it, you've got beautiful cloud prints. In fact, I'm going to turn it round because the design runs this way round. So you get the most out of it. So the design runs parallel to the selvage. So you've got all of these gorgeous line-drawn clouds with stars and little birds flying through them. It's really pretty, isn't it? But if I move it along, as you can see, it's the same pattern, but the colour changes slightly. So if we get to the selvage end, I mean, it's just amazing, isn't it, that you even in the darker section here, you can still see all of the print. And then if I move it along, whoa. Now, what I'm showing you today is everything that we have left in Sewing Street in Tula. And of this fabric, we have less than 7 metres left. Now, this is available by the ½ metre. So if you want more than ½ metre, say you think, well, I love that, it's beautiful, want 1.5 metres, put 3 units in your basket. When this is gone, though, it's gone. We won't be getting it back. But that's the mango colourway. But I've also got it in another colourway. Let me show you. Down to 6 metres now. Congratulations if you managed to get this one. We haven't even got the full range. This one, same idea, but in this, maybe this is, do you think this is like sunrise? When you get those sort of lovely blue, it starts off when the sun rises. This, what's this one called? Cloud is the colour. But you know, on a sunrise, when it starts off at that very, very like nautical daylight, where it starts off very, very blue and then it gradually gets you more yellow. Look at the beautiful sort of turquoise edge here. There we go, look. And then it moves into this lovely greeny, yellowy colour to the centre. And then, I'll flatten it out again, it comes back again. When we get to the other selvage, it goes back to the blue again. Wouldn't this be beautiful embroidered? And what's lovely, if you wanted to use it in your patchwork and quilting, if you want lots of different colours, the whole shading goes together. So you could use strips of this to create different colours. You've got a whole choice. Shall I hold it up? Look at that. So remember, the print runs parallel to the selvage. Tula's really into FPP as well as EPP. She does loads of fussy cutting, and if you have a look at her designs, you'll see. So she often does this so that she can get most out of her prints. And in this, you've got all of those different colours. It's just beautiful, isn't it? And the quality of the fabric is beautiful, but you can really tell that she's not only a very, very talented designer and artist, but she's a quilter as well. She designs fabric that you actually want to use for your project. It's not just standalone fabric that's a lovely design. It's what you'd want to use in your projects as well. So let's have a look a little bit more in the Daydreamer collection. Where's the other one? The pink one. Oh yeah, I've got a pink, and I've got a pink one. Oh, this is gorgeous. So I'm going to hold it up. Let me hold this one up for you so you can see the whole thing. This is your pinky, purpley, mauves, lilacs, dragon fruit. Oh, yes. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Now, there are only 8 metres of this one left, and we won't be getting it back. This is ½ metre, just so you can see what it looks like. It's your normal quilting, 44-inch, 112-centimetre width. Let's have a look at it flat straight on so you can see how the colour changes as we go along. So we start off at the bottom with this deep, deep, dark, violety purple. I love this section here, really magenta. And it moves into almost a sort of a very pale sort of strawberry pink. In the centre, gets a lot lighter, and then again, just like the other two, it gets darker as we get to the other selvage. There's so much use in this, because you're talking about all the design, but you've got all the colours. So it works well as a whole piece of fabric, but it also gives you in just a half a metre, it's giving you all of those different shades. So it's like having the same design, but 5 different colours of it. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Right, if you want this one, I just wanted to let you know there are more people who have got this in their baskets than we've actually got in stock, because we've got everything that we've got in Tula in the company at the moment in Sewing Street. So if you've got this in your basket and you want it, you really need to check out, because there's more of you that want it, and we won't be getting this one back. I love that. I mean, don't they? If you think, I love those fabrics, what a lovely choice, then the 3 of them, they go together beautifully, don't they? What a lovely collection to have together. So you've got the whole range of pinks, all the greens and the blues, and all the oranges and yellows. That's lovely, isn't it? And it isn't just one colour, you are getting all of those shades. So it's like buying plain fabrics but with pattern on, but a whole range of colours. So you've got the spectrum there in those 3 half metres. But obviously, you know, if you want more than half a metre, it won't be sent to you as a half, 3 half. If you wanted a metre and a half, it will be sent to you as a full. We do cut our fabric to order. The pink one, there's only 2 metres left of that now. So be aware, if it's in your basket, get it checked out. The little fruit. Yeah, I've got this in 2 colourways. Oh, this is pretty, isn't it? I'll do the green one to start with. Forbidden fruit. Now, when Tula designed this, she was thinking about EPP, which I can totally understand, because this is perfect. It's like a polka dot, but with a more fruity, interesting take on it. It's perfect for EPP. Look at the dragon fruit. That's gorgeous. I mean, look at how small that is. That's the size of my finger. And look at the detail in there with all the little dots in the dragon fruit. And then we've got grapes, apples, strawberries, pineapples. I mean, if you wanted to do some fruity EPP, these are so small, you'd be able to cut. And the way she spaced them as well, you can tell that she's a quilter and a sewer. Oh, I love the kiwi fruit. Look at that. She spaced them so that you can cut around them. So if you could centre those in centre of just like even a 1-inch, 2-inch hexagon, it'd be absolutely gorgeous. And you'd get loads and loads out of here. So if you're thinking, I'd like to have a go at EPP, I want to do something a little bit fruity EPP, this would be ideal. The background is a really vivid lime green. I know it's called kiwi, but it is like a vivid lime green. Lunch bags, be brilliant for your lunch bag, wouldn't it? Elliot says cocktail bar accessories, of course, yes. We'll make you a little apron for your cocktail bar. But it'd be really good for kitchen accessory. You could make some napkins, some placemats, aprons, tea towels. Maybe just a pretty little blind for your kitchen. Because it's so lovely, isn't it? Or just for a little tiny little window. Summer dresses. Remember, because this is available by the half metre, if you think, yeah, and I've got a really lovely design for a pretty little pin-tuck blouse and I need a metre and a half for it, then it will be cut to order for you. But it is so pretty. I say, look, you can see the size of the fruit. They are only as big as my finger. And they just, the detail, it shows the quality of the fabric when you can get this much detail in. So that's the kiwi colourway. But we also have it in the blue. Let me open that one out so you can see. Oh, this is pretty, isn't it? Really lovely sort of clean, clear turquoise. Oh, mojito, of course. It is mojito. No, I mean, the website just doesn't, it's hard, isn't it? Oh, let me just make sure we've got the right colour there. Yes, that's the right colour. Because the photo is quite different, but you can see it's a real sort of clean, clear, turquoisey colour. But it's beautiful, isn't it? But look how well, if you liked both of them, look how well they go together. Isn't that beautiful? But you know, if you bought a bit of each of them, wouldn't they look lovely? If you were making maybe some matching kitchen accessories, you could use one as the border for the other, because they work so well together, don't they? Let me move the sticker. That ruins it. Yeah, Hannah wants a yoga mat bag out of this. That is very specific, isn't it? It's just pretty, isn't it? Even, you know, if just something simple, get a 1/2 metre, make a little tote bag. If you bought 2 1/2 metres, you could make a reversible one. Have one inside and one on the outside. But it would look lovely for straps and handles. They go really well together, obviously because it's the same print. But it's not just that the background colours are of the same tonal value. They're both sort of vivid and bright without being primary. Beautiful. But great for doll making because the prints are so tiny. They'd be brilliant for doll making. Wouldn't don't you think Mabel? Mabel would look lovely, wouldn't she? She would look nice if that was her summer dress, because obviously when you buy the kit, you get the pattern for the dress. But look how nice she would look in a fruity dress with a little bow in her hair. That's lovely, isn't it? Gorgeous. There we go. But when you have a look on the website, the photo's a bit, not quite the right colour, I'd say. So have a look on screen. This is the right colour. It's a very clean, clear turquoise colour. Oh, is that the picture on the web? Looks green. Yes. So this is the correct colour. It's a lovely mojito. It's a really lovely turquoise colour. Not sure why the picture on the website's gone wrong, but there we go. Can we do parrots next? Oh, macaws, they're not parrots. We've got the macaws, not parrots, in 2 different colours. Oh, I have 2. Which one do you have there, Hannah? So I'm going to show you the blue one first because I really like the blue one. This one is macaw you later. I love that. Macaw, isn't that amazing? Macaw you later, cloud. It's beautiful. You've got a whole riot of macaws. Can I turn him round? No, there we go. It is directional. No, they're not. They're all flying in opposite ways. But look at the detail in this print. So in the background, you've got like a mazy labyrinth, like Greek key pattern in the background with little dots. And then the macaws look almost 3D because they've got this shadow around them. That gives them that little shadow. But look at the detail in the feathers. I tell you what, wouldn't that look lovely appliqued onto something? You could cut out a few, press some Bondaweb on them, cut them out, put them all over your jacket. Look nice on your jeans, wouldn't they? Be beautiful. But you could use them for patchwork. You could cut them into individual squares and have macaws that would be framed in the centre of them. But equally, remember, all of this quilt weight fabric is ideal for not only homewares and patchwork quilting, but for dressmaking as well. You could make a shirt. Wouldn't a man's shirt look fantastic for your summer holiday in that? Now, this one, we only have 8 metres left of this one. £7.69 for 1/2 metre, and we're not going to be getting this one back in at all. So it's absolutely gorgeous. We can't get any of this Tula again. That's because we have to leave space for a next collection. We have to, otherwise we just have loads of it. I love that one. But she's one of those designers that, because she has a colour palette that's very distinct to her, a lot of people will buy small bits from each of her collections because they all work really well together, because I've got a few of her collections here today, and it doesn't matter which collection you put together. Obviously the prints in one collection are of a similar theme, but the colours all go together beautifully, and they work. I absolutely love that one. Now I've got that in 2 other colourways. Yes. Oh, sorry, I have got it in 2 other colourways, but one of them is only available in the bundle. So I've also got it with pink macaws. Now this one, I'm going to do this one quickly because we only have 1 metre left of this one. It's got a turquoise background and the macaws are in beautiful shades of pink and raspberry. But look how lovely it looks next to the blue one as well. They're so vivid together, aren't they? I really think these would look wonderful applique things. You know, you see those really expensive patches you get to put on jeans. Really, like they're like, you know, you can buy them for a couple of pounds each. You just put a piece of Bondi web on here, machine zigzag around the edge. You can have a whole your pair of jeans covered in fly macaws. I'm quite tempted. Only half a metre left of the pink one, mango. Only half a metre left of that one. Now I have got a bundle with the other colourway in, so shall I show you that? In the bundle, we have half a metre, a greeny cloud in that one. Oh, did I pinch that one? I think I pinched that. Ah, there we go. I pinched the green cloud. So in this bundle, you get half a metre of the macaws with the pink background. You get the greeny bluey cloud fabric, and then you get half a metre of the plain blue and plain pink. So what a lovely bundle that you've got the two Tula prints, and then you get the two plain fabrics to go with it. And remember that this one is the one that has all the blues in it as well, all the blues and the greens. So that's a beautiful bundle to go together. So if you want, you know, the best thing about these designer fabrics is if you have a little bit of plain fabric to go with it in a coordinating colour, it makes all of this go further, because then if you think, well, I do want to make a bag, but I'll line it, you could line it with this one rather than lining it with the Tula. So for $21.99, that's 2 metres of fabric in total, half a metre of the cloud one, half a metre of the pink macaws, half a metre of the plain pink and half a metre of the plain blue. $21.99. Now this is the only way that you can get hold of this macaw fabric in with the pink background is in this bundle. We're not selling it separately by the half metre because we haven't got enough. So the only way you can get hold of it is in the bundle. If you love Tula, this is everything that we have left in stock. So this is from the Tula Pink Daydreamer, Clouds and Macaw, and that's in the bundle. We don't have that on its own by the half metre. But that's a great package though, isn't it? Because you get the two matching ones. And I know how difficult it is, particularly, you know, if you're buying online or you're buying off the TV to try and match fabrics. So we have done that for you. Gorgeous. Right, I'll put that bundle away. There are single figures left on that bundle now, so if you want it, you need to pop it in your basket and check it out. The Jaguars. Let's go for the green one first. These are gorgeous. So these are the Mad Jaguars, all set. I love these. They're like, I guess because they are camouflage anyway. Tula's used that feeling of the camouflage to put them in a camouflaged environment. So they've got lots of spots and stars and little lightning bolts all amongst them. And then here and there you've got the cheetahs. So again, lovely fabric on its own, buying by the half metre to use more of it. But remember, you know, if you're making something and you've got a bit left over, the actual images themselves, use these. You know, if you were making a quilt and you were doing squares, you could cut these out as a square as a central portion. That looks really nice. Maybe if you're doing something like illusion quilting or shadow box quilting where you want to frame your favourite fabrics. I did a quilt with that a couple of weeks ago. When I did the Charming Shadows quilt with the birds, and I said, you know, if you use these instructions, you can also use those, because I think they were all 5-inch squares. Frame your favourite fabrics, and with Tula that'd be brilliant. So you could use some of the Jaguars from here. You could pop a macaw in there as well. That would look nice, wouldn't it? So you can use that to frame your favourite fabrics. There's lots and lots of other quilt blocks and designs you can do that with. But, you know, when you do have any leftover bits, then keep these. But I know a lot of people do use her fabrics just for the small images to use them for prints herself. So that is the Daydreamer Little Jaguars in Kiwi. And remember what I said before is how a lot of people use lots of Tula's collections and they mix them all together because she does have this colour palette. So, for example, if you look at the kiwi with the fruit, it's the same colour. So if you're looking to, right, I want to make a quilt in a specific colour, if you go to Tula's palette, they do all mix and match together. And there's another, I'll show you this one in a minute, but look, that's another one from her colour palette. So you can see how all of her colours go together. I'll just put that over there. Oh. Oh, that's a nice message. Sue Jackson has sent in a lovely message. She's really looking forward to her sewing machine to arrive. I know, so exciting. And thank you very much, Sue, for saying she's loving the show. And good morning to everyone. So thank you to everyone on Facebook who's messaged me so far this morning. So glad that you've joined me on this cold and frosty morning. We've got wonderful treats for you. Stay warm, keep the door shut, make yourself a cup of tea. Lovely message from Kim. Good morning, lovely. Day off work today, so a chance to catch up with you. Picture here of 2 bags I made with Tula fabric. Fabuloso. Sorry, can't separate the images. Not very tech. Doesn't matter at all. Thanks for the lovely fabrics and inspiration. That is beautiful. I absolutely love that fabric. And it works so well on that bag. They're very neat. You've done a wonderful job there, Kim. I love that. They're really, really good. What a beautiful way to showcase your fabric as well. That's lovely. Oh, that's the Lima fabric, that one. It's just gorgeous, isn't it? Oh, and message from Evelyn. No, that was an old cushion. Thanks for the photo, though, Evelyn. Very nice. Very nice to see it. Very nice. Just that came from a different day. Shall we do Jaguar in papaya? This is lovely. Look at that. That's super orange, isn't it? Now, doesn't that go really nicely with that one? Okay. Isn't that gorgeous? This is lovely, isn't it? So you've got that really, I mean, it is like a sunset colour, isn't it? Again, it's Tula's colour palette. So if you've already got some Tula in your collection and you fancy a little bit more, that's ideal, isn't it? I think it's just so clever. It's the sort of fabric that works almost better from a distance as well. It's beautiful. So that is the Little Jaguars in papaya. Half a metre, £7.69. Remember, it's your normal 44-inch quilting weight fabric. This is all the Tula that we have left on Sewing Street. And when it's gone, it's gone. Let's get a bit closer. It's great, isn't it? She is a genius. I don't know how she manages it. I think what's lovely, I think she designs for herself, really. She decides what she wants to make and what she's going to use for it, and she does those designs for what she wants. Let's go butterflies next. This was part of her daydream when she was in lockdown. Butterflies in turquoise again. Now you can see, if you're new to Tula Pink, you can see the colour palette. Now there are only 4 metres this remaining. Let me hold it up so you can see how the print runs. That's always important to me. I always want to know how it runs, depending on what I'm going to make from it. Fine if I'm just cutting out pieces. These are super large butterflies. They are perfect for fussy cutting or using in the centre of blocks. Really good for borders. So if you've got a beautiful quilt and you want to put a stunning border around the edge, cut this into strips. It would look amazing. And even if you cut through the centre of the butterflies, it wouldn't really matter. You'd get the colours and the effect from it. It's that beautiful turquoise background. I've got other butterflies. The next butterflies are smaller. So I've got some on orange. So these are smaller scale. There we go. So you can see, look, they're smaller scale than the ones I just showed you. So these were the ones she originally designed. And then when she got them back from the printers, she said, oh, I really like those. So she did them bigger scale as well. And why not? So again, these are beautiful. I mean, aren't they lovely? They're magical, aren't they? And look at the eyes on them. I know they're not eyes. The eyes on their wings, but they actually look like this one here, like he's looking at you. Look at it. But they do have eyes in the wings. But it's a magical, fantastical butterflies. But aren't they gorgeous? We've also got that one in kiwi. So that's, you know, you can see the colour theme coming through now. We've got it on the kiwi background. It's called avocado in this one, but it's the same. It's the same as the kiwi. Let me show you. A slightly deeper shade. They're lovely though, aren't they? They're a bit sort of like tattoo art as well. But I just think they're wonderful. And look at this one. It's like a great, beautiful moth. Oh yeah, Louis's got a little moon and a star on his back. Beautiful. I love those. That's beautiful fabric, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. Right. Which one should we do? Oh. This one. This is lovely. This is a beautiful geometric design. So I've seen this print before. So this is a print she's used before. I've seen this one in blue and reds and greys, but she loves this. It's been ever so popular, and I have seen it from quite an old collection in blue. So she's recoloured this and called it Lucy Pineapple. But it actually looks like pineapples, doesn't it? Look at this print here. It's like, it is pineapples. I love these geometric prints because there's so much use in them, because whichever way you cut them, you just get flashes of different colours. And you've got a lot of interest. You've got all of the different diamonds here. And then you've got self-coloured diamonds, and then ones with spots in as well. But it really is pineapple, isn't it? But a very popular print. I loved the blue and red one that she did before. I haven't seen that for a long time. But it's nice, isn't it, that she knows what sells and what people like, and then recolours the prints to match. And why not? Which one should we do next? Oh, the little rainbows. These are really sweet, aren't they? I love the colour background of this. This one is called Sundays. Sundays, but Sun, D-A-Z-E. On pineapple. So when you look on the website, it looks a bit green, but it isn't. It's a yellow. It is pineapple yellow. I was going to say it's a bit sort of pale mustard, but it's not. It's pineapple yellow. And I love the suns. Just there's peeking out with little rainbows and suns. They're gorgeous, aren't they? But they look like really lovely if you wanted to use them for borders, or maybe you were thinking, oh, I'd use them for a strap of something or to bind it, to get these little suns, because they're perfectly in line. You could cut them so they just peeked out of the edge of things. Really lovely for borders. I love that one. The blue one. Where's the blue one? No, I haven't got. Oh, that one there, sorry. I was looking at it in the bundle. Got the same one in light blue. This is a beautiful blue. It's really clean. A very clear blue. So although it's quite pale, it's got a real vibrancy to it. So it just looks very fresh. You remember those days when you used to have sunny skies? That's what it looks like. Actually, it does look a bit like a winter. There was one day last week where it was beautifully sunny and clear, and it was that kind of colour. It has to be completely cloudless, but that's lovely, isn't it? Remember, this one is available by the half metre, £7.69. If you want more than a half metre, it will be sent to you as a full cut piece. Now, I've also got some pre-cuts as well. We love a pre-cut. Now, these aren't from the Daydreamer. This one, the Fat Quarter Pack. This is from her. We're moving on to another range. This is from Tula's line work range. And the lovely photo that was sent in of the bag, that's fabric from this range. Can I open it up? Oh, good. No. So I love this one. If we go overhead, it's like graph paper on the background. And then you've got line prints of animals, and then you've got white. That does have a print on it. It's got stars, black and white spots. Then that's the one that was on the bag with zebras were coloured in. This is $49.99, and you get 13 fat quarters in there. But we're going to reduce that because we've only got a few of them left. So it's $39.99. $39.99 for 13 Tula fat quarters from a black, and this line work collection, it's all black and white, but it has flashes of colour. So look at the hexagons there, all coloured in. And if you look at the rest of the fabric, those are the orange and yellows, but they go into blues and greens and reds, so all colours of the rainbow. And then we move, oh, there's only one of these left. If you do want this one, you need to get it in your basket and check out. We've only got one of those left. We've got exactly the same fabric, but as a 10-inch charm pack. So all the same fabrics that I've just showed you, but 42-piece charm pack. Each of them is 10 inches, $44.99. Oh, look, there's a picture. No. It was $44.99, but we're reducing it to you today because we've only got a few left to $35.99 for the whole charm pack, 10-inch pieces, 42 10-inch pieces for $35.99. Can we have another look at the picture? Those are the fabrics that you get in it. So you can see it's all black and white with little colours in it as well. There are only 2 of those left. So if you want it, you need to check out very quickly. $35.99. There's only one of those left now. Right, I've also got the Tula Pink design roll. Now, it does look like this fabric is just white. Oh. So, on the web, the photo is not of the design roll. It was just the way to show the print. So, this is the way of showing you. So, although it is your design roll, so it's 2.5-inch strips, and it looks like it's pure white, but it isn't. It's got a print on it. It's got stars and swallows and hearts. So it's beautiful. It's exactly like her classic print, but it's white on white. So when you get it and you open it up, you will see that print. So it's just a wonderful way. Maybe you're thinking about doing log cabin and you want white on one side and you want the colours on the other, but you don't want to just use a plain white. Absolutely perfect for that. Now, for 40 pieces, they're all 2.5 inches wide, 44 inches long. Normal price, $44.99, but we've only got a few of them left. So again, $35.99. So many designs that you can do with design rolls, so many different quilts, lots of books and patterns on them. Personally, I love doing log cabin with these because it's all cut to size already. Absolutely brilliant, makes it really easy. So this is white, but this isn't just white. This is white with a print. And it's Tula. Tula wouldn't just do white. It's absolutely gorgeous, but it's a really brilliant way of showing off all the other bright coloured prints with it. But remember, the picture there is just so you can see the prints, but it is your actual design roll. Special price today because we've only got a few left, single figures left, only got 6 of these left. $35.99, absolutely gorgeous. If you've made anything using these, I'd love to see your pictures because I adore this fabric. And I'm always amazed by your imagination and your inspiration and the photos that you do send us. Now, the same white on white, we've got it as a 10-inch charm pack. Now, when you look at it here, again, it does look just like white fabric, but it isn't. It has got the print on it. If you look on the website, we've got the same image, which is of the fat quarters, but it's just not. This is the 10-inch, 42-piece, 42 10 by 10 inches squares, but it does have the prints of stars and hearts and swallows. Now we're going to reduce the price again from $44.99 to $35.99. Bargain, absolute bargain, and it is gorgeous. I've seen so many neutral white quilts. They seem to be popping up all over Instagram at the moment. So if you're thinking about you want to make a quilt and you want to do that neutral look, maybe you've got some beiges and some greys. It looks beautiful with pale charcoal, pale slates and dark charcoals. But it's just a lovely way of having some of her fabric, but with the print on it as well. And when you take them out and use them individually, you'll see that the print will shine through. It's just gorgeous. So $35.99. We're not going to get these back in. That's why we're reducing them for you. I've got exactly the same. Now, the print you can see better now. But it shows up better because in the black one, oh, I've got it upside down. The print is all in grey. So if you look here, you can see the swallow on that one. Now, that's the same print as you get on the white one. And they're all the same. We've only got a few left, so I'm not allowed to open this one. So that's what the print looks like. So it's black with the grey prints. Only one left. $35.99. Only one left. Was $44.99. Now $35.99. Only one left. And this is the last opportunity. When they're gone, they're gone. Because we have to make space for more Tula and more fabric. There we go. Now, everything else is on the website. So if you go onto sewingstreet.com and have a look, click on Watch Live and scroll down. Anything that we've got left, because it has been flying out this morning, is on the website. So grab it now, because obviously people will be joining us as the hours go on, and they will be popping in and choosing them. So thanks for joining me for the first Tula hour. We have got Debbie on with us in a couple of minutes' time with her brand new design of this gorgeous tooth fairy cushion. She's going to show us how to make it. We've got a choice of 5 different colourways. If you want to get ahead during the break, go onto the website and then you can buy it ahead, and then you can just sit back and enjoy the demonstration. It will make a beautiful gift, either for your own child or somebody else, you know, a grandchild. What a lovely thing to have your own personalised tooth fairy. Brilliant present for people. Birthday gifts. Anyway, I'll be back with you in a couple of minutes with Debbie. I'll see you then.
Hi, I'm Debbie Harris, and I'm so excited to be one of the new guest designers here on Sewing Street. I live and work in Melton Mowbray in Leicestershire, where I run my own knitting and sewing business called Mabel and Deb. I specialise in sewing and knitting and crocheting, and I've been doing all of those 3 things from being a little girl when my mum taught me all things knitting, crochet and sewing. Started off just crocheting little chain stitches and granny squares, and then actually patchwork sewing little hexagons, and they're still my favourite shape to sew now. I used to be a school teacher. For over 20 years I was teaching in classrooms, and just had the knitting and the crochet and sewing as a background hobby, but now I get to do this as my job, and I'm absolutely passionate about it and really want to share all that passion and excitement with you guys. A tip that I think is worth sharing with you is always use quality materials. So whether that's your fabrics or your threads or wool, the difference in the quality of your materials can really make a difference to your finished project. And always use the right tools, so whether it's a rotary cutter or a pair of scissors that are specially made for that job, that too can make all the difference. My claim to fame in 2020 was being one of the winners of the Great British Make Off here on Sewing Street when I did my debut sewing demonstration in November last year. And it was just a wonderful experience, and I'm so excited to be here on my Sewing Street journey with you all, bringing lots of tips, techniques, and looking forward to doing lots of exciting projects with you throughout the year. So lovely to meet you, and I look forward to seeing you soon. Bye.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Do you love sewing? Are you creative, inspiring, and love to share your skills and tips with others?
We're excited to announce Sewing Street's Search for a Star 2022.
We're looking for talented sewists of all genres,
Dressmaking,
quilting,
homewares,
and needlecraft,
to join the Sewing Street family
and share their sewing wisdom with our viewers.
live on air.
To enter to become our next guest designer, all you have to do is send us a video submission of you introducing yourself and a brief demonstration of some sewing.
Send your video to studio@sewingstreet.com with the subject Search for a Sewing Star. If you have any issues, email us and Director Elliot will be sure to help.
Please keep your videos under 3 minutes in length and in landscape.
For more information, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Good luck!
And welcome back to Sewing Street. And it is all about the Tooth Fairy with Debbie. She has designed this brand new design for us. It's so cute, isn't it? Look, it's got the name and in the instructions, the whole alphabet is there so you can personalise it. It's got a tooth as a fairy with wand and crown, obviously, and stars. And then it has a little pocket to put the tooth inside. And any present or note or any present that the Tooth Fairy should wish to bring in exchange for the tooth. Gorgeous, isn't it? Now, we've got it available in different colourways, so it's going to suit everybody. It would make a lovely present. We'll chat to Debbie in a minute about her inspiration and why she designed this. But let's just quickly go through the kit so that you can decide which one that you want to buy, and then we'll move on to exactly how to make it. So the first kit is this one. So this one is the lilac and white. So in the kit, you get the full instructions. Instructions are in all the kits, so let me show you that first. Tells you what you need, but you've got that in the kit anyway. So what you will need on top of what you get in here is you'll need some interfacing, some bonder web, buttons and toy filling, which we have got available on the website. We've got it put onto this show, so if you need interfacing bonder web, buttons or toy filling, you can get those. So there's all the instructions. Oh, let me open this one. Really useful, tells you exactly what fabric is used for what, because there are 4 different fabrics in the kit. Tells you what they used, shows you exactly how to make it with full walkthrough photos to make it really simple. And look, the alphabet, I love the alphabet. It's really fun, isn't it? So this isn't like the normal alphabet you can print off. It's really just fun and good. And I love the way that with some of the letters, Debbie's overlapped them as well. It gives a really joyful look. All of the kits have these instructions there. You've got the tooth, the wings, the crown. So the colourway will differ in each kit, but the instructions are exactly the same. So we've got the lowercase alphabet and the uppercase. So the instructions are the same for each kit. In this kit, you get this one here. It's made up for this one. You've got calico, which is used for the right side of the cushion. You've got this lovely mauve print with flowers on. Then you've got the polka dot print, which is used for the handle and some of the lettering. And then you've got the plain white fabric, which is used for the right-hand side of the cushion. Fat quarter of all of them. So you've got 4 fat quarters. And remember, the calico is extra wide as well. So that's what you get in that kit. Let me just lay it all out. And the full instructions. So that's that one. So that's the lilac and white flower. I'll go through them all and then you can decide which ones you want. I think they're the sort of thing, once you make them, you think, oh, I know a lot of people who'd like these. Right, then the next one is White Fairy. There they are. White Fairies. I love this one. So in this one, again, you get full instructions. You get the calico. And then the print fabric is fairy fabric. Let me open it up so you can see, because this fairy fabric has a little sparkle on it as well. If you look at it really closely, it's like got a shimmer of fairy dust. So you've got the little fairies with flowers all around them, and then there's these little shimmers of metallic fairy dust all over it. So that's used for the print fabric on the cushion. So that's used for this section. Then you get the plain pink fabric. That's used for the handle, so this is used for this section, some of the lettering. And then you get this lovely cream mottled fabric. So it's not a plain, it's got an all over sort of mottled print. So that's the pink fairy version. Pink and cream fairy clocks. Okay. Now we've got another fabric from this range, obviously, because it's a tooth fairy, so we need to have fairy fabric. We've got, let me just put that one to one side. This palette, this one. Did you mean this one? So with this one, which is which is called, that's just coming up. We've got the calico fabric. So this is the mauve and pink fairy. The fairy fabric, let me open this up so you can really see it, because I love this fabric. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Isn't that pretty? Look, the fairies are in metallic silver with the fairy dust, and you've got dandelion clocks on it. And little pink flowers. Very metallic. You can see how that really catches the light, can't you? So you've got the wings and the fairy dust are all metallic on that one. Fat quarter of that. Then you've got a fat quarter of this coordinating mauve, and it's not just a plain one. It's got a really lovely print all over it, so they go really well together. And then you get a fat quarter of the white. So that's that kit. Now, if you go onto the website, click on Watch Live, you will see pictures of all of these. So if you can't remember as I'm going along and you get to number 5 and you think, I don't know which one I want, just click on Watch Live and scroll down. You will see them all there. Yes. Right, the mauve and pink so far is very, very popular. We've got less than 20 left of this one. So if you want this one, you need to get yourself checked out. Right, that sounds really odd, doesn't it? You need to get yourself checked out. I mean, you need to check out, not get yourself checked. You need to check out. Now, I've got a more neutral one here. So again, you get your fat quarter of calico. And then this is the fairy print on this one. This is like a brownie, well, that sounds muddy, doesn't it? It's not, it's sort of a goldy brownie colour with the silhouettes of the fairies in pink. You've got gold, metallic gold fairy dust all over it, and then little flowers as well. To go with that, the other fabric, you've got a lovely pink sort of floral scrolly fabric. And then you have got ivory. So those are the 3 fabrics in this cushion. That's lovely, isn't it? It's very classic, isn't it? I mean, because remember, this is going to become an heirloom. This is the sort of thing you make a child and they keep forever. Because it's got their name on as well. And who doesn't love something with their name on? So that's the brown and pink one. Remember, on the website, there are images of all of these if you're trying to choose and you can't remember which one. If you want me to show you any of them again, I mean, I'll be recapping them, but just message into the studio and I can show you again. Right, the final choice is, again, the calico, and then the main print on this one is lovely. This is all like dandelion clocks. It's pretty, isn't it? It's a real sort of grey, but that's a really warm grey with white dandelion clocks all over it, either, you know, the big ones and the individual seeds as well. And then you've got a blue and white spot that goes with it. So I guess if you were going to make one for boys, I think this is probably the boys one. Not that boys can't have mauves or browns or pinks, but this isn't the only blue one anyway. And then you've got a fat quarter of the white. So that's a really lovely colour palette, isn't it? I like that. That will look gorgeous. So look, imagine that in these colours. I think that's really pretty. So there we go. Right, those are the 5 kits. So if you want me to show you any again, remember every kit, I just showed you the fabrics and these, every kit does have the full instructions in them. Now, finally, if you want to buy the instructions on their own, then we have got those. It does give you full details of everything you need. So if you want to use your own fabric with them, £9.99 are the instructions just on their own. It tells you all the different measurements you need, so you don't have to have the fabric with it. So you can either go with our fabric bundles where we've chosen the lovely fairy fabric and the coordinating things, other fabrics to go with it. But if you want to use your own fabrics, then we have got the instructions just on their own to make your own personalised tooth fairy cushion. Okay, so Deb, tell me what is, well, good morning first.
Good morning.
Good morning, but what
Good morning.
inspired you?
I just, my bubble writing probably inspires the personalisation of something, because I've always done this. I've always done this since I can remember. So I then think, oh, what can I do that is personalised, that's some little person would like.
Yes.
So then it was thinking about projects that we could make for our little ones. So yeah, it was then, and the tooth. So I wanted to draw something.
I love the fact the tooth is a fairy.
Yeah, it is a tooth fairy. So yeah, that's what inspired me to make it.
I love the fact that the pocket is big enough to put a little note.
Yes,
so
you could put, your little tooth in a bit of tissue paper and a little note, and then if the fairy wanted to write a note back,
then there's a space to put it without it getting lost. I think it's gorgeous. Yeah. It's lovely.
So that was the plan, because then you've got and it also for sewers it brings in all the lots of techniques as well.
Well, so we've got applique, we've got a machine embroidery, we've got piecing, we've got a little bit of binding.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? You could add all sorts to this.
All sorts, put a couple of buttons on there, and you can just really personalise it, can't you?
Yeah.
And there's enough room to put the name, so if you've got a longer name, you could always move the tooth down a little bit as well.
You could, if you had a long name, the tooth could go down and the name could go across
the top.
Here. But I like the way that you've overlapped the letters as well.
Yes, they just overlap. And it's just something I've always done. So because I used to do all my folders, all my art and design folders at school like that. So I've always done it. So I just like to then bring that to my projects, which is nice.
Just lovely. But once you've got the instructions, you can use the alphabet. You could use it to personalise bags and cushions for children as well.
Yeah, because that's part of the pattern. So once you've got them, haven't you? For anything else you want to.
Well, it could be used as one of those little worry cushions, where children write little notes and put them inside.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And then they don't need to worry about them anymore.
No, you can just pop them in there.
I might make myself one. I'm worried that I've got to hoover the lounge and then I won't have to do it.
I'm really worried about all the housework I've got to do.
Yeah.
I'll just the fairy will come, the house cleaning fairy will come.
Yes, definitely the fairy. Well, we obviously have a dishwasher fairy in our house.
That's nice.
Because for some reason, things magically jump into the dishwasher. Nobody else seems to put them in there, so it must be the fairy.
And do they magically take themselves out and go back in the cupboard as well?
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Don't know how that happens. It must be that cushion I've been putting the notes in. So, where do we start with this once you've chosen which kit you're going to buy?
I know, that's one of the biggest decisions,
I know,
isn't
it's really hard.
So
I don't know
lovely.
which one I like the best, actually.
I like it's like you were saying about this fabric, the one with the fairies on it. It's got that shimmer.
Oh, the pink one.
Nice silver shimmer. And it really catches the light, so they're really pretty. And obviously they've got the fairy in, haven't they? And it's tooth fairy cushion, so that's quite nice. When you get your pattern, as you said, Bex, it's got on the front everything you need. And then when you open the pattern, this table explains everything you need.
Oh, so what's for what? Yeah,
what fabric you need, what it's for, and how big you need to cut it.
Brilliant. So if you've bought the instructions on their own, and it will tell you exactly what size you need to cut, so that's all good. Yeah, so it tells you how many of each fabric you need. Obviously, if you're using your scraps, then you can just, as long as that piece is big enough, you could always do some patchwork, couldn't you, to make your own piece of fabric. I've explained how big those pieces are, and I've cut mine out so you can see what they look like when they're cut. So you've got the back piece. Oh, there's my other button, look, I've lost that. Magic.
For the last few minutes, I've been thinking I had 3 buttons in there, and there it is. So there's my back piece. This is the handle, and then you've got on the left-hand side, you've got the calico piece. On the right-hand side, you've got the fabric piece, which is where you're going to obviously applique the name and put the pocket here. And then there's the 2 pocket pieces. So that's sort of the starting point. When you get your kit home, then it's to cut all the little pieces out.
Right.
And then it's about placing the tooth fairy and where you're going to put the name.
Okay.
Now, because, this fabric is beautiful quality, but because it's applique, I would have put in the pattern to interface, just use a light or medium interface in.
Okay,
on
so
the
we've
reverse.
got that. If you need, we have got a pack because we've got a pack of a metre by a metre, which is more than enough.
More
isn't
than
it?
enough. Yes.
So if you haven't got any interfacing, then we do have that. If you have a look on the website of the interfacing in 1 metre square.
Because what that does, it just stabilises your fabric so that when you are putting the Bonder Web applique letters or tooth fairy pieces on, when you then come to either free motion or embroider on the back, on the front, it just gives it some nice weight.
Pucker.
That's right. So I've done that at that point as well. And then I'm just going to show you how the pocket works, because it's a lined pocket, and the back of the pocket is slightly bigger. It's 1/2 inch bigger, and what that will do is it'll give you the binding edge at the top of the pocket.
Oh yes, that's nice. That's a lovely little... Well, it's a nice technique to learn in just a small place, because you can use that for something else. But
That's right.
It gives it a really neat finish, doesn't it? I like that.
Yeah, and it's you're not got to put a binding edge on as such.
I know.
It's just
That's quite clever.
already
So you're lining and binding your pocket all in one.
all in one. Yeah. So if I
like
just
that.
sew that seam, so put those 2 pieces of fabric, the front and the back of the pocket, right sides together. That's a long bit of thread there. Set your seam and then open it up. Doesn't matter which way you iron it, because the iron's a bit leaky there. When your iron decides to leak a little bit, it's always the bit with a bit of line scale in it as well, isn't it? A dirty little bit of water that's in there.
Yeah,
So-
it's the Redditch water.
Is that what it is?
Yeah,
Redditch water.
yeah.
Where we are, it's really hard water, so I'm
Yeah,
used
no,
to
ours
that.
is awful.
Yeah.
That's
So-
really good. So that looks like you've bound it.
Yeah, so I've just sewn those 2 pieces right sides together, set the seam, set the seam on the other side as well, opened it out, and then when you fold it, you fold the back of the cushion pocket to the same, so it's parallel with
Yeah.
the bottom.
And
Fold
that
it,
gives
I've
you that
pressed
nice
it,
edge.
and then it gives you that nice
Like that.
look. So it looks like you say, it's binding. So that kind of puts 2 jobs in one, really.
It does, like that.
And then at this point, we're going to tack the pocket onto that back piece, because we want that in place so we know exactly what space we've got here to put the
Right.
name. So I'm going to sew a seam down this left-hand side and this right-hand side, but within the seam allowance.
So just
So-
like a tacking seam then.
Just like a tacking seam. So I'm going to lengthen my stitch to about a 3, and I'm going to move my needle position, which is on the 1/4 inch setting at the moment. The maximum mine goes across to is a 7, so it's right within that 1/4 inch seam allowance. And
So it's just a seam to hold it, but it won't be seen later.
that's it. Yeah. So that's nice and held in place. And then once that's in place, that's all your kind of prep done at this point. So now we're going to put the tooth onto the calico piece. And I like working with calico because it's nice and
I do.
stable. It's just lovely, isn't it?
Well, it's just slightly thicker than cotton, isn't
Yeah,
it? But I
it's-
love the just naturalness, and it goes with everything.
Yeah, it's really,
You can put
really
it with
nice.
anything. So even with it's like a bit like denim.
Yes,
I like
it
denim
is.
and calico
I
'cause
like
they
denim.
go with everything.
Yeah, same. So we've got all the little pieces here. So what I've done is I've cut out some little pieces that I'm going to use for the tooth. So that's my white little piece. And then all the other pieces, so the crown and the little stars as well for the wand. So, and the wings, of course. So I'm going to start with, let's grab my pattern here, the templates. So, Bonder web. There we go. So normally when I do Bonder web or any sort of applique on my patterns, I always say to draw on the paper side. This time, because I wanted the alphabet to be the right way round on the
Yeah.
pattern, draw on the sticky side.
Yes, okay.
So, I mean, for the tooth and the other bits here, these bits, doesn't really matter because they're symmetrical, but I'm going
Okay.
to keep the same
So if you need
technique.
Bonder web for this, it's on the screen here. But this is the big roll. It's a 5 metre roll. I always have one. I used to buy the small packets, but I always buy the big roll now. Love Bonder web.
It's
just brilliant.
nice just to have a big roll in,
and I
isn't
hate
it?
running out of it, and I
Yeah.
use it so much to personalise things. So for a 5 metre roll, £23.99. Now I've over the years used loads of different. Well, this is fusible web, is its real name, isn't
Yeah.
it? Loads of them. I have to say Bonder web is the best.
So that's the
Not allowed to
tooth.
say that, are you? For me, I find Bonder web is the best one.
Yeah, there are other makes
There are other
available.
makes, and they're all very good. but this is my preferred one. I've always got a roll of that somewhere.
Yeah, I like having a roll. It's always, you know, when you're doing a project, you think, oh, I've got some in. Whereas if you've got a roll,
I've bought it folded before, and it's better on the roll because when you get the folds, it starts coming apart, doesn't it?
yes, yeah.
Wonderful stuff.
And the folds can get in the way of where you're trying to trace the pictures onto.
So trace onto the interfacing side.
Yeah, and then fuse it onto the reverse of the fabric. Obviously with the white, doesn't really matter too much because the front and the back are pretty much the same.
Yeah.
Cut around the shape, so you fuse it onto the reverse, cut around your shape that you've drawn, and then get your calico piece, and then there's my little tooth. I've not got everything to oh yes, my little pin cushions there. Take off, scratch off the back of the Bonder web, and as you peel it off, it gives that nice sort of tacky back to it. And then I've not put on the pattern where to place it because it's pretty central. So obviously if you wanted to if you had a longer name at this point, then you would put your tooth fairy a bit lower down on the pattern so that you know where you've got enough room to put the name. I'm going to put a name that fits onto this part of the cushion.
Okay.
So I'm going to put that in the centre like that. Remember, you're going to have to keep 1/4 inch seam allowance free here and here, but there's plenty of room to put your tooth fairy on.
Okay, I'll just recap this mauvey one first because it's very low in stock. So the kit that has this fabric in it, this one, that one, mauve and pink, just wanted to let you know this one is very low in stock. So if you love this one, those are the 4 different fabrics in it. The mauve fairies and dandelion clocks, the white calico, and then that mauve print that goes with it. Very, very low in stock. So if you want that, you need to check out. Okay, sorry, Debbie, carry on. So we've stuck the, you've got to choose where to put it depending on whether you've got a very long name.
Yep. And then once you're happy with where the placement is, I start with the tooth. So put the tooth where you want it. I've done the wings there, so you're just placing the wings slightly behind the tooth, just so that they're nice and
Wings
secure.
always go behind fairies.
Yes. And then I've got the crown.
And the little crown.
These are the little shapes I did before.
It's so sweet, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's the details like this that children will really love.
Yeah. Yeah. And of course you can choose which colours you do these in from your bundle.
Oh yeah, that's true. Or you could, if you wanted like a gold crown, you could use something from your little fabric stash.
Yeah, from your stash.
We've all got a very small fabric stash.
Oh.
Very small.
Halfway. Halfway.
Just a very small one.
Just a little
You
one.
may have a
few bits of fabric you could use. And for these stars, they're circles at this point.
Okay.
And then we're going to embroider, I'm going to machine embroider stars on top of them. So don't worry that thing, oh, well, it looks like a star on the front. It is a circle behind
Well, I guess
the star.
cutting out the stars would be very fiddly as well.
Yeah, and sometimes it kind of frays the fabric around the edge, doesn't it? So I thought
I
if
think
we
they
make
look nice
them
like this.
Yeah, if we make them circles, then they are easier to place.
Can people make these for craft fairs?
Yes.
From your instructions?
Yeah, more than happy for people to make them.
Pass the instructions on to anyone, photocopy them, reproduce them, anything like that. But if you wanted to make, because I was thinking, wouldn't these go down well at a craft fair?
Yeah.
I mean, I know maybe you wouldn't be able to put the name on then.
No.
But that's fine. But I think these would sell really well.
I think so, because, and even if you just you could do a sample, couldn't you, with a few different names on?
Yes.
And then you could take orders from people.
Yeah.
To say, if you wanted it personalised, they can make them and place an order there and
As
there.
long as they credit you on their store.
That would be nice.
That would be nice.
That would be
wouldn't it?
lovely.
And then you could even do special orders. But even if you didn't put the name on, I'm thinking, you know, your PTA summer fair.
Yeah, perfect. Yes.
Really
Or you
well.
could even, instead of putting the name on, you could always put Tooth Fairy, couldn't you? Or Stop Here or something. You know, like the Santa Stop Here.
Fairies. Yeah, something like that.
Something
but I
like
think
that.
it's these little things that you just can't find to buy.
No.
And then everyone will go, oh, did you make those?
Yes.
Yes, I
yeah.
did.
There's nothing nicer, is there, when someone says, did you make that? Where did you get that? Because I made it. It's so lovely.
Yeah.
And people really appreciate it, I think, when you've made it much more than when you've just bought it. And you're not going to find one like it, are you?
No,
They're
you're
all
not.
Going to
So
be different.
please do credit Debbie, and obviously you can't do anything with the instructions, but you can sell the finished
Yeah,
mix.
definitely. So there you can see I've placed all the Tooth Fairy pieces, so I can still move them around now if I'm not happy with where they are, but they seem fine. So I'm going to take that over carefully to the ironing board and gently press. So as I press that...
Question. Morning, lovely ladies. Is this cushion okay for beginners? My little girl would love this.
Yeah, you see, I think
I think
have
so.
a go, definitely, because I don't know, is there such a thing as a beginner, intermediate, advanced? Because then it could put people off.
Well, it doesn't. I always think
And-
with things like this, have you used a sewing machine before? Because that helps.
Yes.
Can you sew in a straight
Yeah,
line?
yeah,
You
things
know?
like that help,
But
don't they?
if you haven't, then work slowly. I mean, the
Yeah.
fact that you're using Bondaweb means that makes the applique easier because it's all in place.
Yes. Also, when you sew, it is attaching the fabrics together, but it's a decorative edge, isn't it? As much as anything else.
And also the way that you've explained it and done the pocket and everything, the instructions are so comprehensive that I really think if you haven't done anything like this before, I think you just give it a go.
I think so. I just think have a go. Have a go. Because as I like to think that the instructions are clear.
No, they are very clear. You've explained it really well, and obviously, you know, remember the day that this has been on. So when you get your kit at home, go onto YouTube and you can watch Debbie's demo back.
Yeah, definitely. And there's always with my patterns.
And her email address is on the instructions.
Yeah.
Should you have any questions?
Yes,
No,
thank you,
that's not a
Bex.
joke.
So yeah, with every
Thank you,
every instruction, I put the photo. So I always back up whatever I've said with a picture. Or a little diagram if needed. And then, as Bex said, all my contact details are here. So please get in touch with me. A lady rang me up last week. She said, "Oh, can I just ask you about this?" And I love that. I love talking to customers.
Well, yeah, because
So-
the thing is that it's one of those things that you know the answer very quickly and you can
Yeah.
help to solve. So
Exactly. So
anyway,
it's-
you've got to start somewhere, haven't you?
Yeah,
so
I
why
think
not
so.
make and it's little. It's achievable, isn't it?
I think so.
Better than a full-size double bed quilt.
Well, yeah,
Maybe.
it's only a little project. Some bits of it, I'm just going to rethread this. Some bits of it you could hand sew. You could, like with the embroidery for the eyes, they're hand sewn. You
well,
could
that's
hand
it. I
embroider.
guess you can make it as complicated as
Yeah.
you want, can't you?
Yeah.
And I think also that your tip about putting interfacing behind all the fabric pieces will really help beginners as well.
Yeah.
Because that means that you don't have to be super careful when you're embroidering because you won't pucker the fabric because
No.
it's nice and stable.
Yeah. And I'm using, I've kept the white thread in actually, which you can't obviously see. Have I used a darker thread on
No,
that
you've
one?
got a white one on this one.
I like the white on the tooth, but for the around the edges of the wings and the stars, I used a darker one on the one you've got, Bex.
Yes, you've got like a charcoal thread on
Yeah,
here.
just to really make those colours pop. But you don't have to be super accurate either with your applique stitch. I'm using a blanket stitch, that style. But it doesn't have to be super accurate. It can just be part of
the
it.
joy of this sort of machine embroidery is that it's supposed to look like hand sketched,
Yes.
isn't it? It's not supposed to be super straight and
No.
perfect. And that's why, you know, like with the name, you've gone over it twice, and it should be looking like that sort of pencil drawn, not
Yeah.
perfectly edged.
No, it's like a sketchy look, I
Yeah,
call
I know,
it.
and I think it's charming. I think it really fits in with the style of the cushion as well. It's lovely.
So you can't see that very clearly because obviously it's white, but white on white.
Can we get in a bit closer,
Let me see that.
young Elliot?
So I've gone right round the edge, but you can see.
Oh, we
I've-
can see it now. Look at that.
That's nice. Yes. So you can see I've gone
Yeah.
over the edge here, but it's fine.
It's fine.
It's
supposed to look like
nice,
that.
and you want to be tacking the fabric because you're all, as well as it being a decorative stitch, it is obviously holding the fabric
Yeah.
on. So the Bondaweb's great, but that just holds the
It's
fabric
just not
on.
that permanent.
Not as much. So I'm just going to show you how to, so that you would applique around the edge of the wings the same, and then with a friction pen or an erasable pen, I'll show you how to do the
Those
star.
are available on the website. Highly
So
recommend them if I was you.
they're brilliant, aren't
They
they?
are, they
Because
fab.
they, yeah, you just draw on them and then you just press them off. They
Magic,
disappear
isn't it?
like magic.
Like the fairy.
So obviously I'm just going to freehand because I drew the star, but there is a star template
Oh,
in the
nice.
pattern. If you feel
Right.
you need to, then if you've got a light box or hold it up against the
You're
window.
as rubbish at drawing
you
as
can
I am. I think I'd be tracing over that star.
Yeah, well, I thought I'd put it in case anyone... But also, the star's just 2 triangles.
Okay.
So it's just a triangle, and then turn the triangle over almost, and that's one over the top. So you can just draw that on with your friction pen. Make them nice and angly. Angly, is that a word?
Definitely. Angular.
Angly.
Angular.
Yeah, have it on an angly. Just so that one's pointing up, this one's
Yeah.
pointing to the left. Because like you said, it doesn't want to be too formal. It wants to be nice
it's
and
got
playful.
to be a little bit fun, isn't
nice
it?
and playful.
But you know when you go to these like expensive sort of children's boutiques and things,
Yeah.
and it's always like this, isn't it? But
Yeah.
not even as neat. And
No.
costs a fortune.
Yes.
So it's a thing.
Yeah,
It
it's
needs to be
the
not
style.
neat.
It's the style. So you can draw on your wand handle as well and your stars, and then you can just stitch over those. And then with the face, again on the pattern,
Have you put the face in as well?
I put the face. Here she is, or he is.
Yes.
So I have also.
I know.
put
I'd
the
be going
face
right. How? Okay. So where?
there. So you can trace the face off as well if you're not sure. But of course, you could always put a different expression on the face, couldn't you, as well? I like it sometimes. I mean, I've done the ones with the round eyes, but sometimes you see them where they've got their eyes closed. That's quite nice with their eyelashes.
That's nice.
But it's like Millie Doll and Rosie Rabbit. I like quite nice round eyes.
Okay.
And a big smiley face
With the teeth sticking out.
with the tooth, yeah, with the tooth missing.
Yes,
There you go.
Teeth missing.
So they're your lines now to embroider onto, and then I hand embroidered the eyes
Right.
just with some a skein of black thread. So use 2 or 3 strands of the black thread, and there's your face.
Or you could just use a permanent pen if you didn't want.
Or you could just use a permanent bed. Or you could use you could actually put some eyes. You could use eyes, couldn't you? Or little bits of felt.
Yeah.
Glue
Yeah,
them
that's
on as
true.
well.
Googly eyes. Well,
The-
they'd probably fall off, those sticky on ones, wouldn't they?
Yeah, you can get
Maybe not a good idea.
the glue's quite good though, isn't it? The Gutermann glue's
Oh
very
yes, that's
strong.
true. Yeah.
So you could always use that. Lots of different ways.
Personalise it. Make it your own.
Yes. So now we've got the tooth fairy done, and we've got the pocket sewn onto this bit. So in exactly the same way, we're going to trace off the letters. So I'll do one letter, but I have already got some here. So with your letters, you can see.
Oh, and you've now in the pattern, you've got the uppercase alphabet and
Yeah.
the lowercase.
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah. So you can obviously use your capital letter from here, and then your lowercase here.
So this is great though, because you've got this forever.
Yeah.
now. Every time you want to personalise things, I go right. No, keep the
Yes.
instructions.
Yeah, because then
It's
you
a lovely
can.
alphabet.
They're nice for making bunting, so you could do
yes.
anything. Put people's names on bunting or wedding or any dates.
Yeah, loads
Although
of
I haven't got
different
the
things.
numbers, of course. We'll have to do a pattern.
Yeah, we'll have to.
I'll have to do a separate pattern with numbers on. So with your Bonder web again, trace onto the sticky side, the gluey side. So I've chosen a name this time, Sophia, just so that I can show you sort of a big capital letter with the S, and I wanted a letter where you've got the H going up, you know, the up parts of a letter and then the ones that go below, so you can see how I've spaced them out. So draw around your letter, cut it out roughly at this point from
Yeah, because
your
you've done yours
Wonder
all
Web.
in sort of alternate fabrics as well, haven't you?
Yes,
Which looks
I've
lovely.
done.
I like
yeah,
that.
alternated the fabrics because then it just again adds a bit more interest, doesn't it, to the design?
Well, it pulls all of the fabrics together.
Yeah.
Doesn't it? So
Yeah.
because they're all in that one name, then all the rest of the fabrics are in the cushion. It sort of makes them all come together.
Yeah, it's like putting a scrappy binding on a quilt, isn't
Yes.
it? It pulls everything in.
I will have a scrappy binding.
Yeah. So again, take your time when you're cutting out at this point on actually round the letter. Once you've adhered it, the Bonder web to the fabric, then you cut round accurately, just using this corner of your scissors, not the end, for more accuracy. And again, with the letters, they're quite informal, so it's okay if they're not
if you go off a
exactly on
bit,
the line.
yes.
So there's my S. So I always use a pin to just scratch off the Bonder web so it comes off easily.
Yeah, because when you try to peel off the edges, it frays the fabric.
Yeah, that's it. So again, wherever you place this, you've got time at this point to sort of play with the letters. So I've got all my little letters here. So I'll show you how I put them together. And you can either overlap them slightly as I have, or you could gap them so they're spaced
Yeah.
out evenly. I'd be interested to see, I'd like to see people's photos of these to see how people have interpreted them differently, because they'll all
well,
just
put them
look...
on the when you've done yours, put them on the Facebook fan page, because it'd be lovely for us to see and for Debbie to see as well.
Yeah, just to
if you
see.
tag Debbie in it as well,
That'd be great.
So if
just
you've got
to
a really
see.
long name, if you've got a Sebastian, like I
Yes, show me
have, I've got
how
a Sebastian.
how it fits on. Yeah, or you could just go for these.
I could never get his name on anything.
It's funny, isn't it? My eldest is called Nathan, and never got wherever you went. It was always, and if we could find something with Nathan on it, we'd buy it because it was so few and far between.
Well, I just his name was far too long. That didn't cross my mind when I called him that. Silly idea.
You don't think about that when you're
No, I
naming
just
the
thought
baby.
it was just I had a thing for Sebastian Coe in the 80s.
Oh, really?
And I said,
So you named him
when
after...
he won his Olympic golds, I said, if I ever have a son, I'm going to call him Sebastian.
Oh, wow. And you did.
And I told Sebastian that. He went, who?
Wasted on him.
Who? My hero.
It's funny, isn't it? So
right,
much-
I need to recap the kits while you're...
Okay.
So the one that the sample is made out, the purple one, let me get that one first. So remember, all of the kits have the instructions, which are all full, very comprehensive with all the templates you need. Now, in the purple one, you get a fat quart of the calico, a fat quart of white, and then you get these two gorgeous prints. You get this lovely mauve print with flowers and stems all over it, and then you get the fat quart of all of these, and then you get the polka dot purple. That makes the one in this sample. So that's the lilac and white flower dots. I know there's a lot of you trying to decide which one to have. The pink one that Debbie is currently working with, again, full instructions. You get a fat quart of all of these fabrics. You get the calico and the cream, and then you get the plain pink, but you get this gorgeous fairy print that has metallic silver fairy dust on it. That's, can I make it shimmer? Well, can you see that it's shimmering? Elliot's coming in close. It's hard to show that, but I want you to be able to see. Look here, you see this? That's the shimmering metallic fairy dust. It doesn't come off, don't worry. It's not real fairy dust. It's make-believe fairy dust. So it doesn't come off. That's that one. The blue one. Again, obviously you get a fat quart of each of these, calico and white, the blue dots, and then the main print is this lovely, warm, grey dandelion clocks. Well, there's dandelion clocks and little seeds as well. So that's the blue one. That's called blue and grey dandelions. 2 more kits to go. We have the very limited mauve one, which is this one. Again, you get fat quarter each of calico, white, this lovely mauve pattern, and then this is the beautiful print that features fairies and dandelion clocks. And all of this, the fairy dust around the edge of here, that's metallic, and the fairy itself is metallic, and the lines in the leaves. So this is a really beautiful shimmering. Not many of these left. This is our most popular so far. And always hard to tell. One more. This is more subtle, this one. You get 1/2 metre of the calico and ivory. And then you get 2 prints with this one. You get the pink print. It's a really soft salmony pink with flowers and trailing leaves. And then you get a fat quarter of fairies. And this one has gold fairy dust. This one shows up a bit better, you can see it, but it is a metallic print. But that's really pretty, isn't it? There you are. You can see now the look at the gold fairy dust here. Really pretty. Okay. Right. So letters. Show me. Yes. Show me your name. How does that look now?
Yeah. So I cut all the letters out, pop them on, and I just wanted to show you that once you've got your letters in place, make sure that they're sort of you're happy with their placement. And I've just got a pin. So if you wanted to move them ever so slightly, then if you just use the end of your pin, then you can just move them rather than using your fingers, and then it would tend to dislodge the whole name.
So some go under, some go over.
Yeah, so that's why I chose
fancy.
this name. So you've got your capital The O is still quite large, and then the P obviously falls below the line. So you want to just line your letters up. That's how I've done it there. And then the H is obviously above the line.
Nice.
So that, if I'm in fact, I'm just going to bring it down a little, because remember you've got that 1/4 inch seam allowance here.
Right, yes.
So you don't, when you're centering it, make sure it's a little bit lower, because you're going to have that 1/4 inch seam at the top. And there it is. So once I'm happy with it, or once you're happy with where you've placed your name, gently take it over to your ironing board. Hope that there isn't a gust of wind. Make sure nobody opens the door at that point.
Yeah. Do it on your ironing board.
Yeah. Yeah, it's easier to do that, isn't it? I do that at home. And then you've pressed that in place.
Oh,
and
that's so
then
pretty. I like
in
that.
the same way, I would then go around the edge, applique
Just
nose on.
straight stitch, or
For the name, I used a straight stitch, I think. Yeah, and I went round
You
with it.
did.
In fact, with the name on the sample, I did free motion embroidery. So I changed the thread, put my free motion foot on the machine, and just did that free motion.
Okay.
Because you've got quite a few curly bits in the letters, I just thought I'd change it up. But you could quite easily just set your stitch on your machine to quite a short length, and then you could quite easily just
So if you don't want to
around.
do free motion,
No.
you could just, and then you just have to keep leaving your foot down.
Yeah,
and moving
just
it
move it
round.
round and move your foot around, and then you can get round all those pieces.
Okay.
So that's that, and then I'm just going to show you how to put it all together, which is
Right.
really easy peasy. So you're going to stitch now these two side pieces together. So put those right sides together, and then I'm going to stitch along that seam. So you're also going to be securing the pocket doubly in place at that point. So I'll just change my stitch back to a straight stitch, 1/4 inch, and sew along there. So your machine's going through quite a few layers here, but that's not a problem because it's got that your interface in underneath. And you can see if you just give that a crease like that, you could always, if you wanted to, do an overstitch there or stitch in the ditch. So that would give it a bit more depth as well to your design. So that's the front finished. Then with the handle, so you've got your front and back prepared. The handle is one piece of material, and a bit like a binding, we're going to half that. So I'll bring my ironing board over. I'm going to fold that in half and press. Because this just gives that handle, although there's not a lot of weight in it, it just gives it a nice bit of structure as well. Fold it in half again and press to the centre. And here, turn it, press to the centre.
Oh, just like making a big binding.
Yeah, it's quite nice, isn't it? Because if
Yeah.
you're used to making your own bias binding, then that can be really fiddly, and I always end up burning my fingers because the fabric gets so hot. But yeah, so it's just like a bias binding, but it's nice. It's 4 inches wide, so it works where it will then go down to 1 inch wide. The fabric starts off as 4, and because
Okay.
you're folding it into 4, it ends up as being 1 inch wide, like that. And then I'm going to top stitch along both of those edges. So for this, I'm going to, again, make my stitch length a 3, so it's a nice long stitch, and I'm going to move my needle over to the edge to the right, so that it's as close to that edge of the handle as I can get it.
Okay.
And so all along. And then turn that around and do the same on the other side. So one row of stitching is holding it together, the other side is for decorative purposes. So that's nice and stitched. I always set that as well. Iron it again and just set the seam, and then your handle is nice and secure. And then take the front panel, and I'm just going to grab a couple of quilting clips for this, or you could use pins, and I'm going to place the handle, make sure there's no twists in it, so it doesn't matter whether it's turned down or you turn it up like that, just make sure it has a nice curve. And then 2.5 inches from the edge, I'm going to clip it. So measure 2.5 inches from this left-hand edge and place a quilting clip. And then on this side, I'm using my board for measuring. Move along 2.5 inches here and place a clip there. And again, I'm going to just tack stitch those in place so that secures it. So my machine is already set to that, so it's a long stitch length, and I've set the stitch so it's close to the edge, so it's within the seam allowance, just to tack it in place. Tack both of those in place. And there we go. And we're nearly there.
Yeah,
Seems to come together.
Yeah, it's really quick. I mean, I know
quickly.
you haven't done all of the stitching on of the pieces, but still, it's very quick, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it doesn't seem to take very long. It's suddenly, most of the prep is in the cutting out and the bonder
But
work.
then what's nice, if you've got a bit more time, you can get a bit creative then, can't you?
Definitely. And I would, one thing I didn't do that I did on the sample was I would do a row of top stitching as well across that pocket.
Yeah.
So lots of things you can do with it to embellish it and make it even more pretty and personalised.
Well, you could decorate the back, couldn't you?
Yes, you could decorate the back.
name.
Yeah, you could embroider the date of birth on the back, couldn't you?
Yes.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Or even on the front here on the pocket, you could put the date of birth. Loads of things.
Oh, we have got little buttons. Oh, these are pretty. We've got little spotty buttons. These are perfect. Novelty Dotty Heart Buttons, pack of 8 in red, pink, purple, blue and yellow. Should we show you? He's going to come down. There we go. So if you fancy a little pack of buttons,
I love polka dot buttons.
they're really cute.
Yeah,
Aren't they?
they're
£2.99
lovely.
for a pack of 8.
They're really
if you want
nice.
to embellish it or use them for your your design. Oh, there's another image.
They're lovely.
£2.99. Just pop them in your basket if you bought the kit, because they go really nice together with those, don't they?
They're lovely. And
Okay.
one of those goes with quite a few of the bundles, doesn't it?
It
One of
does
those
actually.
packets.
Yes. Yeah.
So I also, even though there's no embroidery on my back of my cushion, that's still interfaced. I still interfaced it just so it's got the same weight to it as the front pieces, and it does give your fabric that bit more sort of structure and feels a bit more luxurious, doesn't it? A bit softer as well. And then I'm going to pin, so right sides together, pin the front and the back pieces in place. Remember, you've got your handles here, so pin those in place because you're going to sew around that edge. Quite a few layers here with your interfacing now, especially where the pocket is behind.
Yeah, that's true.
And then on this bottom edge, so this is the bottom edge here, I'm going to leave about a 4-inch gap, turning gap.
Okay.
So to remind me where that is, I always put my pins.
I
put
always
them
sew
that way.
across mine and unpick it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's probably easier to be honest, isn't it?
No, it's very annoying.
So I always put my
I always
pins.
forget.
Yeah, and you go whizzing round, and then you think, oh, I've sewn the turning gap together. So I always put the pins facing inwards that way, so they're vertical. So I know when I come to that, that's where I'm going to start. And then when I come all the way round, instead of carrying on, I would stop at that one. So let's sew that around the edge. So this time I'm going to change my machine back to a 1/4 inch. Well, because I never use the 1/4 inch foot. I don't know if you do. I never ever put that
No,
on
I
my
haven't
machine.
actually got one.
And
I just use the guide on the machine.
Yeah.
I would like one, but I don't actually have one. I have many bizarre feet.
yes.
roller
and
feet
And do you ever use half of them?
Well, I know
I'm
I've
not
bought
a big.
specific bizarre feet, like a
Have
roller
you?
foot, which is like a little steam roller.
Oh,
for
okay.
oilcloth.
Yes.
Brilliant for oilcloth.
Oh, right. Okay.
But I actually should have a 1/4 inch foot, but I don't.
No. Well, I never ever change it. But I just tend to keep the normal foot
I
on,
do.
and then I just change the position of the needle.
Yes, but a 1/4 inch foot is very. No, I just use the markings on the plate.
Oh,
so I do
okay,
have
you
some
do
really,
it
and
that
I've
way.
got like a invisible zip foot. I love that.
Yes. Some of them are handy, and then
Some of them. Well, I bought that one specially because it came with a zip foot. But you know, they rarely come with an invisible zip foot.
No.
But it's brilliant because it has a little groove in it that sits on top of the zip.
Oh, okay. So
Oh,
you
it's
can
just
just
the
pull.
best.
Yeah.
But I think we all have our own little ways, don't we? Of
We do.
do we use the feet? Don't
Yeah. Yeah. It's what you get used to, isn't it?
And I've got a Teflon foot. All sorts of. Well, I've oilcloth feet.
So all the way round. And then back to where I've placed my pin to remind me to stop, and back tack there, or do a lock stitch if your machine has one. And then just clip off the corners without going through those stitches. I'm just going to clip that off there as well, because that's quite a wide seam there, just to reduce the bulk, so that when you turn it out it lies nice and flat. And then you can turn it out. I've left quite a small turning gap there, but of course you've got the handle, so once you get it to that point you can use your handle to gently pull it through. This is the moment of truth, isn't it? The big reveal. And there is your cushion. Takes a little bit of pushing through, because obviously you've got both layers of your interfacing in your pocket, and just turn it through. Get your little pencil. My my pointy tool snapped on me the other day. I use it all the time, and the very end of it I pushed a little bit too hard
And it fell off.
and it snapped off.
Oh.
So I'm having to use my pencil today. I've ordered another one, because I do use my pointy tool all the time, which is probably why it's snapped.
4 corners. I use a crochet hook, and I used to use a kebab stick, and then somebody said to me, one of our designers, I use a crochet hook. That's it.
Yeah.
I always use a crochet hook now.
Yeah, nice and easy,
'Cause
aren't
I've
they?
got lots of them.
And you've always got one handy.
And I have them in all different sizes, so they're
yes,
very handy.
they,
actually.
yeah, they're good, aren't
And
they?
when I can't find the right crochet hook, I have to think, that'll be because I've used it for corner.
for turning it, for point,
And
as
it
a
works
pointy
much better
tool.
than a kebab stick.
And sometimes, like I've used a kebab stick before, and they can poke through,
Yes.
can't they? You don't want something too thin,
But the
do you?
crochet hooks just don't. It's
No,
brilliant.
they're sort of rounded, aren't they, at the end?
And nice handles and everything.
Yeah, pretty colours.
can
I
highly
mean, you've got
recommend
these
it.
things. You've got these crochet hooks.
I
You might as well
do.
use them.
May as well, yes, not just for crochet.
And there is your tooth fairy
Brilliant.
cushion turned out. So you would just then pull those seams away from each other, so that your seam turns down all by itself. Give it a quick press. I won't go over the those areas where I use the friction pen, so you can see. So it's still, she still looks like she's got a little face. And there it is.
And then you stuff it.
So with this one, yeah, I wouldn't bother with a little cushion or anything. I just
Yeah.
toy fill it.
Well, we've got some here. If
Yeah.
you haven't got any toy filling, this is really good. You could do quite a few cushions with
Oh,
this
yeah,
one.
yeah, it
This
goes
one
a
is
long way.
made with from recycled bottles, and I was using this one yesterday for a design I'm working on, and it's brilliant. Can tell you.
It's
'cause I was
quite,
using this actual one.
Yeah, it's quite thin, fine, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's
it
not,
is,
it breaks
yeah.
up quite easily.
It was
that
quite
one.
nice. It wasn't clumpy. And I
No.
pulled it apart a little bit, but I was using it for stuffing something I was making, and it's lovely.
Yeah,
So
very
recycled
nice.
polyester craft filling. It used to be a plastic bottle, so
Fantastic.
fantastic.
So you're doing your bit for the environment as well.
Indeed, with your tooth fairy pillow. So if you want one of those, $4.99, and you probably be able to stuff, I would think, about 3 cushions
Yeah,
in there, if
definitely.
not more.
Yeah.
250 grams. It is.
I do use quite a lot of filling. I do make it nice and firm.
Yeah, yours is. Well, it's not a cushion for sleeping on, is
No.
it? It's a cushion.
No, it's to
Yeah.
so that when you've got it hanging either on your door or on your
Yes.
headboard, it just sits nice and firmly.
Perfect.
So yeah, once you've filled that, then obviously you've got your turning gap, and I just did some slip stitches along the bottom to secure that, and you finished.
Lovely.
And there's your little handle. And then, as you said, Beck, so you then have some little
Oh
buttons.
yeah, you've got to put a button. Did you sew that one on at the end?
Yeah, so I like to decorate things with buttons, so I just put a button at the top of the pocket there, and
Oh,
then
you've got them on the handle. They look lovely on the
I
handle.
like them on the handle
Yeah.
there, so you've got 2 on the handles, and that just finishes it off as well. And of course,
It
you
does,
could put
doesn't
buttons here.
It just looks pretty, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah, just really finishes it off. And I just think someone would
Oh,
really
absolutely
appreciate that.
love that. And a brilliant present as well for somebody,
Yeah.
you know, for birthday, Christmas.
Yeah.
You know, when you're all children's birthday parties and
Yeah.
I don't know what to give them.
No.
and what a
And I
lovely
think,
present.
as you said earlier, when you get something with your name on it, it's just really nice, isn't it?
And you keep it forever.
Yeah, you will. It's the kind of thing that you go, oh, did you remember this? Do you remember my tooth fairy
And what's
cushion?"
quite
Yeah.
nice with their name on as well, it can't be passed on to other siblings.
No,
it's
no,
mine.
it's yours. It gives you ownership of it.
Yes. I
Yeah.
love that. Well, that's been fab. Thank you so
Thank
much, Debbie.
you
It's
very
been brilliant.
much.
And I'm so pleased you've got through the whole thing. Really
Yes.
good as well, so you can see how easy it is.
Yeah.
So if you're a beginner, you know, you've got to start somewhere.
Yeah, and it's definitely, I think, is there such a thing as a beginner? Have a go. You've got to start somewhere.
Well, I know.
And
Yes.
what's the worst that could happen? It's 2 bits of fabric, isn't it?
I know,
That's,
I know.
You know,
I think
have
you
a
can
go.
do
have
it.
a go.
Anyway, that's lovely. I'm just going to recap the instructions. So we'll see you back here at 11
Yes, thank you.
with Millie, who's still looking after us on the desk.
Yeah,
been
she's
with us.
very protective, isn't she?
I know,
Millie?
she's tried on lots of different fabrics this morning for her summer dresses.
Yes. Saw her with a
She
nice
loves
fruit
Tula
one.
Pink.
Does she?
She mentioned that
I
to
might
me.
have to buy some.
I know. She mentioned how much she
Yeah.
loved Tula Pink and how it would suit her for the
Yeah,
summer.
should we buy some Tula Pink today, Millie? Yeah, she
Yes.
says. Yeah. Let's have lots
Yeah.
of different dresses and bows.
I
and-
know. She would look
Yeah,
lovely.
there are some more clothes coming for Millie doll.
Oh, are there?
Yes.
Oh,
Some
fantastic.
a
She's
range
lovely.
of clothes and coats.
Obviously.
So yeah, she needs a whole wardrobe.
Well, she
doesn't
does.
she?
That's what I said when they said don't take her pants off. I said, yeah, but I like to be able to dress them and undress
Well, that's it.
them.
The thing with, well, I mean, I'll talk about Millie doll later, but the thing with Millie doll when I made her, she needed removable clothes.
Definitely.
And she needs hair you can play with.
Yes.
Got to be able to play with the hair, because I used to have a rag doll and the hair was glued and you couldn't, it was a plaited, you couldn't get to it. It was lovely, but I just want to plait the hair, put the hair up, comb the
Definitely.
hair.
Yes.
So they were my must-haves.
And take her clothes on and off.
And take her clothes on and off so she can have different clothes. Because
Perfect.
So-
Well, we will see you back
Talk
here in
about her
just an
later.
hour's time.
You
Thank
will.
you so
Thank
much.
you.
I'll just go quickly through the kits one more time. The lilac one, this one, most popular so far. Not that one, the one that we did the sample in. Right, sorry. The lilac one, forgot which one was it. The other one's called Mauve. So the lilac one, remember you get full instructions with everything you need to know, including all the templates, lowercase alphabet, uppercase alphabet. You've got the tooth, really clear walkthrough photos. Debbie's email address if you've got any questions. In here you get 4 fat quarters, calico, white, purple and white spot, and then this lovely mauve print. That's sort of the feature fabric, $17.99. Then in the next one, this is the one that Debbie was demonstrating with, again, full instructions, calico. That's a nice mottled cream, it's not just a plain. Then you get lovely blush pink, and then this is the Feature Fairy fabric. Too many F's. Feature Fairy fabric, which has got metallic fairy dust on it. When you get it home, you'll be able to see it, but it's really twinkly and sparkly. And these are little flowers all dotted around. Then the mauve one, most popular. We've got calico, white. I love this print because this one isn't a plain one, it's a print one. That's pretty, isn't it? And then this feature fabric, which has got fairies and flowers and dandelion clocks. The fairies and the sparkle dust and the little features are all in a metallic print. That's the most popular. And I've got 2 more left. Then the sort of the more antique-y one. Do you know what, this antique one, it makes me think of Tilda. It's that sort of colour palette, isn't it? You've got calico and cream, but this lovely, you've got 2 prints in this one, so you've got this lovely, it is Tilda sort of colours, isn't it? You've got that lovely blush pink, and then this sort of goldy beige colour, with fairies and gold fairy dust. That's that one. That one's called Brown and Pink. And then finally, there's the blue and grey one. And in this one, again, you get the full instructions. You get the fat quarter of the calico, white, the lovely blue polka dot, and then this gorgeous grey dandelion clock as the feature fabric. If you want the instructions on their own, we do have those. So everything you need, they are close to selling out though, but everything you need to know about what fabrics you need and how much you need to cut are in them. $9.99 for the fabrics on their own, but if you want the kit, obviously it's $17.99. with the fabric. So that's actually really, really good value for money because you get full fat quarters in that. Okay. Anyway, thank you for joining me with Debbie and the Tooth Fairy cushion. It's been great. I'm sure you will all be really excited to be making those. In the next hour, we have got embroidery and Sashiko. I've got kits, tools, materials, panels, all sorts. So if you're thinking, I want to have a go at embroidery, I'd love to learn a bit more about it. Please send in any questions you've got and I'll be showing you a whole range. And I'll see you back in just a couple of minutes' time.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433 and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Welcome back to Sewing Street for the Sashiko and Embroidery Hour. If you love Sashiko, this is great because we have got a massive choice for you. It's lovely on Sewing Street that we have such a range from fabric, Sashiko fabric, to the threads, to the right needles to use, to the books and the actual real threads. Now, I've been on air with Susan Briscoe, who wrote this book a couple of times. She's the expert. And this bundle we've put together is brilliant, either as a starter bundle if you've never tried Sashiko before, because it's got everything you need, or if you have and you want the right threads, because I know often a lot of people, they will start their Sashiko, let me move it over, they might start their Sashiko journey with normal stranded cotton, but if you use the correct threads, it makes a really big difference. So in this bundle, you get, oh, there's a picture of it, you get the book, which I'm going to show you through in a minute, and you get all of these threads. Wow, 20. And these are, let me show you, these are the real proper Japanese Sashiko threads, as you can tell, all written in Japanese. So you've got all of these threads. Now, by buying this bundle, you are saving 10%. So we've got all of these threads here. We've got, look at the beautiful variegated threads. So when you do the Sashiko stitching, rather than doing just normal white or cream on navy, look at this. When you sew with them, you get beautiful variegated threads. And these are the original, authentic threads from Japan. Now, they are all in this bundle. These threads are different to stranded cotton because they're not divisible. So you just sew with them as they are. And the beauty of these is they are obviously exactly the right thickness to use. You'll find that they are, because they're very super tight twisted, unlike if you use 6 strands of stranded cotton, they stay together a lot better. They're beautiful to stitch with and really matte. 100% cotton, absolutely authentic. That's one pack of them. And then there's another pack here. These are all in this one bundle, £40.92, and you are saving 10%. So you've got all of the threads in this bundle as well. Beautiful grey, green, pink, the traditional ivory. You've got a variegated green, a pale blue, mustard, a variegated pink, a variegated dark blue, and this lovely denim colour as well. That's another one. I'm going to put them back in the bag or I shall get them all mixed up. But not only that, you've also got the proper needles. Because obviously, you know, this thread is it's the right thickness, but it's thicker than the normal stranded cotton. So you need needles with a slightly bigger eye. But you also, the needles need to be sharp because you're going through cotton fabric. They need to have a slightly larger eye so that you can get the thread through them, but they will need to have a long shaft. And the reason for that is that the way that Sashiko is done, it's like a running stitch, and you get lots of stitches on your needle. The more proficient you become, the more stitches you can get on, the quicker you are. But you need the length of shaft to get them all on. But if you look at the eye, you can see that the width of the eye is almost the same as the width of the shaft. And by doing it that way, so that by making the eye the same width, it goes through the fabric that much easier. But in order to get the thickness of the thread through, the eye is like an oval egg shape, because if it was just the same round, you wouldn't get it through. So these are specially crafted to do Sashiko stitches using Sashiko thread on the cotton fabric. So that's all in the pack. Then you get the book. Now, I love this book. We're not selling this book separately today. The only way you can get this book is in the bundle. Now, Susan is a Sashiko expert. She's spent a lot of her sewing. She's also a great patchwork and quilting expert and written some really good books. I think I may possibly have all of Susan's books, but they are very good. She's got a brilliant patchwork book, but she's brilliant at this. And if you go through the book, so if you've not done it before and you've seen it and wondered, how do I go about it? This is the book. So I love the fact she starts off with the history. What is Sashiko and how do we do it? Where was it used? I mean, it was used as a very utilitarian thing. It was a way of making clothes stronger. So you had all these people who were working out in the fields, and they would work Sashiko stitching on their clothing, to make it stronger, but also as a really good way of mending it. So that developed, and obviously then each stitch was used in different ways. So each stitch has a reason, it has a symbol and a purpose, and it says different things. So different stitches were also used by different people, different groups of people, but also to mean different things. So you've got the whole history in here and how it all works. Then you've got this bit, getting started, equipment and materials, and what you actually need. Now here it talks about the needles and why you need these specific. As it says, they're very sharp compared with Western sew needles because they've got to get through that fabric and do all those tiny running stitches. But the whole point is to use, that's why you've got the proper needles in the pack. It talks about the thread, the right sort of fabrics that you'd use, whether it's the fabrics for the embroidery or the Sashiko fabrics that you use for making up. I'll show you some of those later. Talks about how to mark your fabric, and then it talks about techniques and patterns. And it goes into great detail about how you could actually design your own patterns as well as using patterns. Now, this, although Sashiko stitching is a running stitch, you do it in a specific order so you don't have to keep doubling back on yourself. It even talks about the thread. So if you're a knitter and you use hanks of thread, you know that you cannot knit from a hank that's not rewound into a ball. And the same goes for Sashiko thread. It is like a hank. It's a big loop of thread. And if you start pulling out thread to stitch from, eventually it will get all tangled. So it talks about how you pre-prepare your thread just by undoing the hank, cutting one end, and then you just plait it. And then you can use the thread without it tangling. So that's a great tip because, you know, obviously all the details are gone in, starting and finishing, how to do sewing. And then we go on to the actual projects themselves. So there's, you know, you've got all of the background. So this is brilliant for beginners. But then you can go on to the projects themselves. If you've done Sashiko before, maybe you've done a little bit of stitching, but you want some more ideas. I mean, isn't that beautiful? Imagine how much that would cost if you bought that in a little boutique store. So all the information, lovely tote bag, loads and loads and loads of projects in here. And then at the back, let me go through, so otherwise I'll never finish this. You've got all the different patterns. So not only does it show you the patterns, but it also gives you diagrams on what order to do the stitching so that you don't have to keep working backwards on yourself. And it also tells you what each of the patterns mean. So each of the patterns is there has a different symbol. I love the circles. Aren't they gorgeous? And then you can see, doesn't it look lovely using the different coloured threads? And the beauty of this bundle is you get all of these coloured threads. £40, 92 pence, 10% off. At the moment, we can't make any more of these bundles, and we only have 6 left. So remember, you get the ultimate source book, 3 specific Sashiko needles, 20 skeins of thread, and you save 10%. And it is an amazing book. And I can tell you, I have this book. I actually bought it. Didn't even pinch it. I actually bought it from the studio. Not from a shop, from the studio. I actually bought it myself because I love this book. Right, let me put that back up. So I have got a panel. This one. Which one? This one. This one. So this is a great panel. So if you've got the pack and you've got the threads and you want to draw out your own designs, or use one of the designs that were, or one of the designs that were in the book, or other designs, then the grid pattern is printed onto this panel. So the finished design size of this is 35 by 65 centimetres, so perfect for a cushion. Now, what's brilliant about this is it's 85% linen. No, it's 85% cotton and 50% linen. Lovely, beautiful quality fabric. It is Sashiko fabric. It is produced in Japan. It is created for Sashiko. But the clever thing about it is you use the pattern, you use the grid on here to get your stitches exact. You can make sure all the lines are perfect, because as I showed you in the book, all of the designs are worked on a grid basis. You see, all of them are in grids. You don't have to draw the grid, it's already printed on here. When you've finished all the stitching, that grid disappears. It's water soluble. So all you have to do, when the whole design, a bit like using a friction pen, wait till you've finished. Once the whole thing is finished, you swish it about in some warm water, gone. It means you don't have to draw up the grid. So for £19.99, it's a 30 by 30 by, well, it's not actually, though the cloth is 35 by 65. Interestingly. And then it says finished size 30 by 30. So maybe that means after you've cut it out. No. But the whole grid is printed on there. And this is the beauty of the proper Sashiko fabric. And I've got some more panels here as well, is that it is all water soluble. So when you finish the whole thing, you pop it into water, the grid disappears, and you don't have to bother with marking it up, because if you use plain fabric, then you do have to mark it up yourself. Now we have got other panels. Now these are used for designs. Absolutely love this one. Yeah, that's 86. Have we got a picture of that one? Right, I'm going to take this one out then. So this one has got the running stitch lines printed on it. Remember, this is exactly the same as the one that I just showed you. It is water soluble. Let me just move that. I'm confused. So let me show you how this works. Okay, so what you get on here is, on one side you get the pattern. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's featuring flowers. It's even got the animals where it's got a fish and a rabbit and a deer, really very spring-like. And then what you can do using any of the threads, if you've bought the other pack as well, is that you just work running stitches along the lines. And if you're a beginner, this is really a good way to guide you. It gives you each of the stitches. As you get more experience, you can just pick them up yourself. this, so you can use that if you're going to make a cushion or a bag. This is the front, and then you get this plain piece for the back. But it's a beautiful, I mean, it's a cotton linen mix, but it has that natural fleck, a bit like a calico. So normal price for this is $19.99, but we're going to drop it to $14.99. Now this is the proper Sashiko fabric produced in Japan. It is the actual real thing that you should use. I'm going to just check out the instructions. One moment. See what else we get in here. Right, the bundle that includes the book and all the thread and the needles, only 4 of those left. So if you want it, you need to check out. Now in this pack with the here, we get some instructions. Look, so it explains exactly how to do it. I mean, it does say, remember, the ink is water soluble. Do not use a steam iron or water spray, because you imagine you've started stitching and you think, I'll just give that a quick press with a steam iron, and it disappeared. It tells you on here how to do basic stitching, how to start and end. It shows you how to work a corner, how to jump stitches. So there's a lot of information on there for you, but this is the actual cloth that is used for original Sashiko stitching. So this is now $14.99, reduced from $19.99. So this is the easiest way to do Sashiko. And because it's water soluble, then once you've stitched it, wash it out. So it doesn't matter if you don't stitch exactly on it. It's perfect, isn't it? And that's really, really clever. It just makes it easy. And when you're starting something new like this, it makes it easier. So if you fancy a bit of embroidery and you like the idea of the Sashiko, this is ideal. So remember, this is reduced, $19.99, now reduced to $14.99. Somehow I'm going to have to get that into the packet later. I'll put that over there, think about that. I have got three others of these. So this one is called 4 Seasons. Yes. So on this one, it works in exactly the same way. It's got the cloth in it, and it's exactly the same size. Let me get this one out. So this one normally $19.99, but today $14.99. Should we have a look at the print on this one? I think this is perfect. You know, even if you don't want to do it, even if you don't want to do Sashiko and don't want to do running stitch, and you just fancy embroidering it all in back stitch and satin stitch, this is ideal because it's water soluble. It's brilliant, isn't it? I love this. There's 4 seasons. We've got the sun, tulips. We've got all the different animals in there. Look, we've got the autumn leaves, winter snowflakes down there, spring tulips, I think, and summer sun. And then with all the different animals on it. So once this is sewn up, embroidered up, particularly if you do it using the Sashiko technique, but honestly, you could just use this for normal embroidery. And then you just rinse it out afterwards. And I do like the fact that you get the plain fabric on the other half, so that you can use that to back it as well. But, you know, you can get fabric that is already printed with embroidery transfers, but you have to be quite careful that you stitch exactly over the lines. With this, if you go slightly wrong, doesn't matter, because it washes out. So that's the 4 Seasons one, again, reduced from $19.99 to $14.99. So if you're thinking new year, new hobby, much better than new diet, go for new hobby instead. It's so much more fun. Right, I'm going to have to just put all of these to one side. Try and work out to get them in their bags later. Which one? 97. So this one is called Kazaguruma 4. Let's have a look. See what Kazaguruma 4 is. I knew what 4 Seasons was. So this one, okay, so this is more of your traditional Sashiko motifs. It's got the traditional designs on it. Isn't that gorgeous? Now, if you've bought the set with the source book, you will see that a lot of these designs are in here as well. I'll tell you what they all mean. But isn't it lovely? It creates this beautiful star effect with a different sample stitch in each one. So when you've tried these, whichever one you like, you can then use them again on other things. That's really lovely, isn't it? Really lovely Sashiko, really mindful, brilliant craft for sitting in front of the telly. Because all you just need is just your thread, needle, that. Lovely. You haven't got to follow any instructions or concentrate too much. Just stitch. $14.99. Nice little present for somebody as well. So maybe you know somebody who'd like to have a go at embroidery, or someone who does wants a little gift. Be lovely to buy them one of these little packs, or maybe buy them the multi-pack with everything in it as well. Oh, it actually means, now Hannah, our Japanese expert, Kazaguruma means windmill. This is what I thought was a star. It's a windmill. It's beautiful, isn't it? So nice little gift for yourself. At this time of year, whenever the evenings when we haven't got a lot of light and it's cold, this crafts that you can do in front of the telly, like embroidery, knitting and crochet, perfect. And don't take advantage, $14.99. Is that price reduced just for today, Hannah? Yeah. Midnight goes back up to $19.99. So the final one I've got is the water lily. I like this one. Ooh, like a water lily. Let's have a look. Right. Oh, let me open out the whole thing, because this is pretty, isn't it? Isn't that lovely? That's really pretty, isn't it? And again, remember the instructions are in the packet with it. But that's so pretty, isn't it? Again, $14.99, reduced down from $19.99. And that price will go midnight tonight. So you've got to just choose which one you want or have all of them. But it's great. Just don't forget about the water solubility. You can press them, but not with a steam iron. Otherwise, your design will disappear. But it does help that you then don't have to be accurate. It makes, I think, when you're starting a new craft like this, obviously as you become more experienced, you might think, I'll draw out my own patterns. And the book certainly tells you how to do that. But particularly when you're starting off, make it easy for yourself. That's so pretty, isn't it? But you could use these, you know, if you wanted to make a tote bag, a cushion, the front of a block keeper. Or maybe if you do sort of painting or something and you want something to cover like a portfolio, or you could even frame them. If you stitched all of them, wouldn't they make beautiful pictures? And you know, you could either frame them properly or just or you could just stretch them around a frame. But they make lovely blocks in quilts because they're all 30 centimetres square, so you could use them in the centre of quilts as well. Ideal. And because it's this beautiful calico effect, it's got that sort of natural slub on it. It's lovely. I think this is why this is quite often teamed together with the Sashiko indigo fabric, because the two colours, like denim and calico, go together really well. Those two sort of creamy, denim-y colourways. I'm going to fold them nicely. Right, so if you want just some Sashiko thread on its own, then we have. Oh, which one? The grey, I've got several here. So the light blue, now in here, this is 100% cotton thread. It is special Sashiko thread, made in Japan. There's 100 meters in here. So that's going to go a long, long way. So if you've bought any of the panels and you want some of the thread to go with it, if you haven't got the whole bundle, but if you haven't, you know, you can use stranded cotton, and a lot of people do start with that. But when you use this, because it is exactly the right thickness, so it does go through the fabric better. It's also really, really good value for 100 meters, $4.99, because that's a lot of thread in there. And if you want to use it, I mean, you can use this for just normal embroidery. It's about, I'm approximating the same thickness as 6 strands of stranded cotton. But you could do all sorts of quilting. You could do hand quilting with it and tied quilting with it. I mean, it's thicker. Now, I mean, when you do things like tied quilting, you wouldn't be able to do lines of hand quilting because you'd have to go through. But you could use it for all different sorts of embroidery. It doesn't have to be Sashiko because it is almost the same thickness as your 6 strands, but it isn't stranded, so it makes it much easier to deal with. So that's the light blue one. I've also got it in the light grey. That's pretty, isn't it? I like that. Now, if you've seen the trend at the moment for doing Sashiko on your denim jeans, where, well, that's how it used to be done to men's clothes, but you often see areas where people will do a small pattern around the hem or on the knees or something. The grey looks beautiful on that. So if you fancy doing a bit of embroidery on your jeans or your denim skirt, your denim pinafore, perfect for that. Also got the thread in cream and navy. These are probably the more traditional. I mean, traditionally, Sashiko was indigo cloth, cream thread. So this is your more traditional colour. This one has got 40 metres in it, in the skein. But again, this is the traditional Japanese, $4.99 for 40 metres. That's a lot of thread. When you think stranded cotton has 8 metres in a skein, and stranded cotton is over £1 a skein, and this is $4.99 for 40 metres, and there's about 8, yeah, there are 8 metres in a stranded cotton skein, so this is better value than buying stranded cotton, and it's the right thing. But I mean, obviously it doesn't matter which one you use, but if you want to you start Sashiko and you want to use the authentic thread, then this is used, and it isn't any more expensive. In fact, because you're buying in bulk like this, it's cheaper. So that's the cream, the ecru one, and then finally we have it in the navy. Again, you've got 40 metres in the skein. You can't really see it. There you go, you can now. Look, because it's on navy card. But if I lay it like that, you can see it's navy thread. There we go. Right. I've got loads of other panels. This one's, I've got big ones here. Let me just get some of these. So these are bigger panels because they come with patterns as well. These are all designed by the wonderful Susan Briscoe. So let's start with this one, because I quite like this one. This is SB 9937, Sashiko Sumuki, which is actually this one here, hanging up. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Oh, let me open this. I think this is the one because it looks the same as the one that's hanging up. So I'll show you what you get in the packet anyway to start with. You get some diagrams on exactly what to do with... Oh, I've stuck the pattern to the bag now. That comes off. It shows you how to cut the skein of thread, which is important, and how to thread your needle. So remember, this one also is water soluble. So let me open it up. These are big panels. Let me put that one over there. So this is $19.99, which is the same price as the smaller panels that we've got. But let me just show you. Let me show you the size of it. I'm certain this is the same. Let me have a look. Oh, it's the same. It's the same as this one, but navy. There we go, look. This is big. This is big, does it? I think we should reduce it a bit. So this is 108 by 61 centimetres. So there's worth 30 by 30. $13.99 for this big panel. So what you can do, I mean, you can see they're hung up here. They're probably easier to see. This one is navy because we've got them in different colours. Remember, all the markings, all those white markings will come out when you wash it, which is brilliant. So you can either make it into a wall hanging, you could use it, the whole piece as the centre of a quilt, you can cut it individually and use it for cushions, particularly if you put another fabric to board around it to make it bigger. You can use each of the blocks, once embroidered, in a bigger quilt, very multi-purpose. The designs that go through the centre, you can use those separately for coasters, cards, centres of cushions or bags. $13.99. That's an amazing value. And remember, it's all completely water soluble. It is made, let me just check your fabric content. 100% cotton. Now, it's really busy. I'm not surprised. So this one here is your traditional indigo colour. Lovely review. I'm very happy with the Susan Briscoe Sashiko panel. The design and colour is beautiful and the quality is really excellent, from Catherine in North Yorkshire. That's a lovely review, and it is true. I mean, it is beautiful quality, and if you have a look at it, the warp and the weft are different colours. So you've got black running one way and navy running the other way, so you can see on the selvage how that's happening. And what that does in the fabric is it gives it this beautiful slub, you know, like with the linen where you get all the little slubs in it, but it gives you that slightly slub quality. So it's not just a plain navy, it's got the black and the navy, and made in Japan, designed by Susan Briscoe, washable so that the marks disappear. I mean, it's, what more do you want? And you've got so many projects, and again, this is perfect for the winter, isn't it? Sit in front of the telly, put the fire on, cup of tea, perfect. Now, ivory thread is ideal with this. Obviously, we sell that separately, but I wouldn't use the navy because I'm not sure it will show up very well. But doesn't the blue and the grey look lovely as well? If you go onto sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live and scroll down, you'll see all of these on the website. So if you want to be able to see the other threads, because obviously the codes have gone. That's gorgeous. So let me just fold this one up. So that's the navy one. I'm going to fold it up very carefully. I need to put it back on the packet so I can remember which one went in when. I'll put that one all the way over there. Right, then the next one. This is 74. Now the colour on this one is a real sort of stone colour. Oh no, the pattern is slightly different on this one. Shall I get it out? So we're going to reduce the price on this one. So this one should be £19.99. And we're going to reduce it to £13.99. Let me put that one there. I'll take this one out as well. Now, exactly the same size as the other one. It's called grey, but it's a real stony grey. But because you've got, again, the black thread running one way and the stony beige colour running the other way, you get this beautiful, you can see it better on here, how the lovely black slub comes into it. When you feel it, it's got a real texture to it. But you see, look, when you look at the design, I mean, you're saving £6. You see how all the lines are printed. So if you're new and you want it exact, you can just stitch your running stitch on top of all these lines. Obviously, it doesn't have to be as precise as that. But that's how it works. Remember, all of those lines will wash out. Shall I hold it up? Then you can see properly. There we go. That's all of the designs on it. I mean, there's all of the designs on here all have different mediums, but I love the fact this is very neutral, isn't it? We'll go with lots of different colours. So on the pattern, you've got on the panel, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You've got 8 of the larger patterns, 1, 2, 3, and then 8 of the smaller ones. So there's loads of different things. I say, you know, you could make yourself the most beautiful embroidered quilt by surrounding these with all the panels for different things. Right. Now we've got the green one. Now I think the green one is the one hanging up. 36. So this one is dark green. Do you want me? Shall I take this one out? Yeah. Do you want to zoom in on this picture on the corner? Again, we're going to reduce this one to £13.99. This is the same as the navy one, but just in a dark green. So you've got 8 small and 8 big. But it's the same as the navy one I show you, but it's in the dark green. 16 different projects for £13.99, which is amazing, isn't it? And remember, it's so multi-purpose. A lot of people have made them by purely embroidering that and then making it into a wall hanging, and I've seen lots of you who've made them into individual projects as well, so it's fantastic value for money. This one is black, IN9928, so I think this one is the same as the green one. Shall I show you? We're getting close to that one. 13.99. There's lots of you with these in baskets. So if you've got it in your basket, there are loads of you coming in at this special price. Please do check out, because otherwise they'll go. Because you know, when we reduce our panels like this, it's such amazing value. So many of you have got them in your baskets. Please do check out, because we will put the price up. If we've got any left, the price will go back up again at midnight. One more. And then we've got this one in love. It's a really lovely slate grey. Again, exactly the same, water soluble. The code is ZS9914. Really nice slate grey background. Again, you've got the 8 large designs and the 8 smaller designs. The blue is so popular, but this is a really lovely slatey bluey grey. It's really pretty, isn't it? ZS9914. Okay. Right, so have a look on the website. We've got all the Sashiko panels on there. If you're trying to decide, remember that the price that we've reduced them, if we've got any left, because it's been really busy, which always happens when we drop the prices, the price will go back up again. So do have a look on the website. Now, if you love Beth Studley designs, she does loads of she only does fabric designs and kits and makes and different creation, but she also designs embroidery too. So this gorgeous Love from Beth sunflowers embroidery kit, £17.99. Do you want me to open it up? I'm trying to open it up without, because it's sealed. Oh, okay. Okay. Are you sure? Are you sure? You know what it's like. You open that and then they go, don't do that. So it comes sealed. So I'm going to have to... Ooh, it doesn't want to break. It doesn't want to open. There we go. It goes through the sticker. Right. Right. So in it, you get the instructions and the stitch guide. Everything you need to know, very comprehensive. If you ever use Beth Studley designs, you'll know, very comprehensive. Lovely stitch guide, photographic as well, which makes it really, really easy to follow. And then exactly how to do the placement of the colours and even finishing it off at the end. So that's the design. And then inside here, wrapped in tissue paper, which is always lovely, with a nice little sticker, you get all the thread, specially packaged with Love from Beth labels. Isn't that lovely? It's very specific colours, and it's Beth's own thread. Then you get the embroidery hoop. I'll show you the design in a minute. You get the little cards to wrap the skeins of thread round, because once you take all the labels off, they get all a bit mixed up. So you've got all them to wrap the threads round. The needle, you really have got everything. You've got the felt that goes across the back. You've got the design guide of where to do all the stitching. And then in this little envelope, you have got the fabric pre-printed with the design. Look at that. And I'm going to take that off there. Isn't that beautiful? And isn't that lovely? Because it fits exactly in the hoop. And you use the hoop for stitching with, to stretch the fabric, but you also use the hoop to mount it in, to put it into its finished design. And then you've got the stitch guide here that shows you what you need to do where. So for example, the ends of the sunflower petals are done in fishbone stitch. Straight stitch is used in the centre of them, back stitch, satin stitch. Isn't that lovely? But this is really lovely. I mean, I think a beginner could try it because everything you need is in here. Or you've got all the thread, the fabric, everything you need. But also, you know, if you're next level, you want something a bit more involved. I mean, beginners can do it, honestly, because it does tell you everything you need to know. But if you want something that's a bit more in-depth, that there's more design on it, because if I show you the picture on the front of the box, that this is what you create in the end. It's beautiful, isn't it? I mean, you don't have to put it in the hoop, but it's lovely, a lovely piece of wall art. Nice present for somebody, because really, other than a pair of scissors, Everything you need is in this kit. You've got the needles, the thread, the felt to go on the back, you've got the stitch guides, and it's beautifully packaged. So it's a lovely gift for you or someone else. Let me just pop all of that back and package that away. I will package that away later. Now I've got 2 more designs from Beth. I've got Doodle Daisy, which again has everything that you need in there. It's got the hoop, the pre-printed cotton, the stitch guide, the thread, the needle. Now, if you've seen Beth's fabrics that we have sold before in lots of Beth's kits, this is very similar to the fabrics that she designs. It's like one of the main elements, and it's using her colour palette as well. She always uses these beautiful magentas and jades and bright sunflower yellows. It's gorgeous. So if you want the Doodle Daisy, $17.99. That's a wonderful design, isn't it? And one more from Beth. The Starflower embroidery kit. This one, oh, there's only 3 of these left. So if you want this one, you will need to get that one checked out. Isn't that pretty? Again, if you've seen Beth's fabric before in a lot of the kits we've made and sold, you'll see that this is one of the lovely designs from inside it. Starflower embroidery kit with everything that you need is in the kit, including, you know, the thread, the needle and everything else and all the printed fabric. Oh, yes. Now, this comes with the free thread. So, in this box, now I showed you before in here about the bobbins. I'm not going to open this one up. But the best way to store your embroidery thread, because once the labels fall off, which happens once you use about half of the thread or if you don't pull it properly, you have no idea what the colour number is. Also, it gets really, really tangled and you end up with just a box of threads that are all tangled as well. So the best way to store your threads are on these cardboard bobbins. You take the wrapper off, write the number on here, wind them round and put them in the box. Now the box has got in it 100 paper bobbins. You've got the whole box, which has got all the grooves to keep them in so they sit exactly perfectly. But not only that, you get 10 skeins of thread, random colours, but they will all be DMC. But so you will get 10 skeins of thread with that. So $9.99. Now, 10 skeins of thread on their own would cost more than $9.99. So basically, you're getting the box for free. And all the little cardboard bobbins. I have 8 of these, all filled with thread, because I have so much stranded cotton. And what is great about them is that then when maybe you've cut off a length of stranded cotton, you've used 2 strands of it, you've got 4 left. You end up sometimes winding them around the skein, they get tangled and lost. But if you constantly keep them wound onto bobbins, when you lift the lid then, you can immediately see the colours you've got. So if you don't care about the number, you just want to see the range of colours. They are absolutely brilliant, keeps everything clear. And it's so much, I have wasted so much money on thread by losing it because it's all got tangled up. That's amazing value for money. Now we've also got, I'll just show you the thread winder that goes with these. So when you want to wind them onto the skeins, this thread winder, it has a little groove in it at the bottom. That fits onto the side of the box. You can see in this picture here. You put the thread winder onto the side of the box, and then the hole that's in the little bobbin, in the cardboard bobbin, that little hole, that fits onto here, and then you just hold the thread and you wind it up and it winds the thread around the bobbin beautifully. Really, really simple device, only $2.99, but a great thing to buy together. Because I had, as I say, I've got 8 boxes of this, so I had to wind them all up, and that will save you a lot of time. They are brilliant. Now, if you fancy embroidery and you want some panels, right, looking for the right one. That's not that. I think it's this one. Yes, we have got some of our own exclusive to Sewing Street. I'm going to hold it up first so you can see what's on here. There we go. Look, so you've got 3 embroidery designs there, a big one and 2 small ones. That's what they look like. Now these aren't water soluble. These are ours. Now let me show you flat on the desk how it works. They're not water soluble, but they're in a nice pale grey, so you should be okay. So let me just show you one of them and so you can see how it works. So this one is designed for the small embroidery hoop. The outer ring is because it's always really important to have more fabric than you need. So if you cut it around the outer circle, you can then mount it into the small hoop to stitch with. Let me show you. Into the little hoop, into the 4-inch hoop, which we've got available separately. I'll show you this in a minute. Then you can stitch with it, and then you've got more than enough fabric to then mount it into the hoop afterwards. So that's lovely. I love that one. So French lavender. Wouldn't that be nice just to, I mean, you can make it up as in a hoop to hang in the bedroom, or you can make it into a little pouch. Root for yourself. I love embroidery phrases and sayings. They're always really funny. That's like, do you think it's like carrot fronds, roots? And then we've got the herbs. This is beautiful, isn't it? Wouldn't it look lovely if you had this embroidered and hung in your kitchen? Echinacea, chives, parsley, chamomile, mint, hyssop, borage, rosemary, fennel, thyme, sage and lemon balm. Now you could use this for a centre of cushion. It doesn't have to be for a hoop, but obviously, you know, it does fit. I've got loads of hoops here. Which one does it fit? I reckon it'll fit that one. Yeah, the largest one. So just as a very simple piece of wall art, I think is its label fallen off? Yeah. It's the biggest one, but its label has fallen off, so I don't know which one it is. Oh, well, that's good. But wouldn't that look lovely? Just hang it in the corner of the kitchen. The great thing about hoop art is that you're not having to spend money on expensive frames, and you don't need a massive space. You can just put them somewhere. But isn't that lovely? Again, it's winter TV stitching. Don't need to concentrate too much. You can still see what's going on, and you can sit there on the sofa and do it. And if you haven't done embroidery before, these panels are a really good way to get started because you're getting 3 embroidery designs for $9.99. You don't have to be an absolute embroidery expert. You can soon work out how it does it, how you do them. So that's the herb garden. We've also got 2 others as well. Now this is 100% white cotton fabric, so it's perfect for embroidering with. It's the right weave you need when you're embroidering. You don't want it too tight. It was really hard to get the thread through. But if it's too loose, then all your French knots and things fall through. Have I got the right one here? 09. Yes, that's 49. I want this one. Right, this one is 09, so let me show you what you get on. This one is called Cottage Garden. So on the large design, you've got all the flowers from Cottage Gardens. You've got poppy, snowdrop, dog rose, forget-me-not, calendula, primrose, bluebell, violet, fox and cubs, daisy, I've never heard of that one, buttercup, cowslip and cornflower. I've heard of daisy, I've never heard of fox and cubs. Never heard of that one. Then you've got a little one, let your dreams blossom. Yeah? And then you've got the rose is red, the violet's blue, the honey's sweet, and so are you. So for $9.99, that is fantastic value for money, isn't it? Because you've got all of those designs on one piece and on one piece of fabric, and you can choose whatever stitches you want to do. You can make it as difficult or easy as you want. And I've got one more. Final panel is Be Yourself, You Are Beautiful. Yeah, I think this one might be fun. We've got a surprise guest on who obviously I would say this to on a regular basis. Be yourself. Oh, you're not coming on, Hayley? Be yourself, you are beautiful. Maybe we should stitch it for our new surprise guest. So We've only got 5 minutes left on the hour, and we have a special surprise guest in the studio who is always himself, but questionably beautiful. Anyway, good morning, my special surprise guest.
Hello.
Aren't I lucky?
Oh, am I on?
What a privilege. Yes, look, there's you. There's you.
As usually dressed for it.
Yes, you look so smart
This
today.
is my Monday morning attire, isn't it? It's like whatever I wore on Sunday.
So glad you dressed up for the occasion.
As always, yeah. I thought,
As always. Well, it's lovely to have you on our special show today.
Oh, thank you.
So what's the occasion? We've done your birthday, so don't tell me it's that.
It's my birthday again.
No, we've already given you all your presents and bought balloons.
I have a birth week, not a birthday.
Oh, okay.
I just spread it out, milk it a bit, you know.
But we ate your cake last week, though. So
no, you know, sometimes when you do something and you create a rod for your own back.
Yeah.
So last week I came on and I did a quilt, didn't I? I did.
You did.
And it sold out really quickly. And when that sold out, we had over 100 people on the phone line that missed out.
No.
So I did it for the customers, but then I ended up with loads of messages afterwards saying, you know, I really wanted that, I missed out, I was on hold on the phone call and all that. So I thought, you know, I've upset people now and I don't like upsetting people. So I've tried to put together something to helpfully, you know, for the people who missed out, to make up for it. So I've decided to bring some more specials on.
Oh, fantastic.
To try and,
so what have we got today then?
So today we've got the Valerie Wells Trellis Twist Quilt.
I do like that one. Lovely fabrics.
We do, and the ones I bought today, people are messaging them as well. So I do read your messages. I know I don't always reply to them, but I do read them all.
Never replies to
and
mine.
I get loads, and I got loads after one. And people do send a list, say, can we have this, can we have that, can we have this? And I do try and read all the messages and bring them on. So this is
nice.
It's a lovely big quilt, £199.99p. It's 203 centimetres by 203 centimetres. It's actually here. Shall I try and hold it up?
Well, I could hold one.
Yeah, you hold the one end.
I'll hold one end.
Show how big it is, because it is a massive
There are some
quilt,
ladies underneath it, not real ones.
Not real ladies.
I was thinking, who are they then? Are they Neil's friends?
Elliot and Joe.
Yes. Look at the size of it.
So it's taller than me, and I'm average height.
Yeah, it's well.
On tiptoes.
It's really
So
tall,
it's a really
isn't it?
big quilt, yeah.
Well, it's 6 foot. Well, over 6 foot, isn't it? Yeah, because I think 6 foot is 180, isn't it? It's beautiful. It's actually, because I did the show when it was demonstrated, and it's all pieced, but it's quite easy. Well, it's simple to do. The instructions are really, really good. There's a tiny bit of curve piecing in this section, but the way it's explained is beautiful, and I love the fabrics. They're all block printed. Well, no, they are inspired by block printing. But aren't they gorgeous though? And what's great is that you've got all the fabrics you need for it as well.
Should we show what's in the box? Have a quick look.
We've got a lot of you coming in. You know why? Because you know that Neil always brings
people
the
missed
good
out,
deals.
didn't they? People missed out, and they know it's going to be the cheapest today it's ever been.
I know, and
don't
it's
they?
not
Every
fair,
time.
is it? Because we try and get good deals. Neil comes in his Sunday best and just makes up the deals.
Yeah, I do, and. Last time I got all the fabric out, it literally took 2 people to put it away. They're cursing me in the office saying we got all this out. So there's a lovely bundle of fabric there, and I'm not going to unbundle that because we're so limited on stock.
Right.
I won't be able to get it back, but you get full colour instructions, 8 pages, really clear instructions on how to make the quilt. We've got lots of pictures. I'd say they're better than Rebecca Reed's instructions.
No, marginally. Marginally. They have got full-size templates as well.
They've got the full-size templates.
Very important.
How long do you reckon it might take to make this, Bex? What's your pounds per minute?
Oh, wow,
enjoyment?
a lot, yeah. It's a good value for money, that's what I'd say. Because you've got to make one block at a time. So, it's going to take you... If you did it solidly, I think it'd take you a week. If solidly.
Yeah.
And that's just a piece at the top.
Lots of sewing, lots of enjoyment.
Lots of sewing, loads of value for money.
Okay, so should we
I've not seen this anywhere else.
Should we drop the price?
Yes.
That's right. Okay. So
well, that's why you're on.
Because we don't want people to miss out, I'm not going to drop it in stages. We're just going to go straight in. And Hannah doesn't even know the price. I haven't told Hannah because they try and preempt what I'm going to do.
Hannah took £10 off this morning. Can we do that?
We can do more than 10. So we're going to just drop this straight to £149.99.
No way.
Which is the cheapest in the universe.
And I haven't seen this available anywhere else.
No.
I don't think it is it?
No, I think we did have it exclusive to Sewing Street. But if you if you had to make this yourself, I mean, like with all these quilt kits, if you wanted to put this together yourself, it's really hard because you've got to get all the fabric, all the right, you know, ratios.
Well, it's all cut exactly, isn't it? You've got like a small bit of that, a big bit of that, even the bindings on it as well.
So you're saving £50 on that today, and it also and it's still on split pay. So £49.99 you pay today, and then the 2 further payments of £49.99. So you can get it on split pay £49.99 today, then your other 2 payments £149.99, and that is the lowest it's ever been on air.
That's brilliant. Do you know, Hannah, what day it was demonstrated? She's just going to check.
She's going to check what day it's demonstrated so you can watch the YouTube demonstration.
The 6th of December.
6th of December.
Of December is the day it was demonstrated. I remember doing it, and it's because I looked at it and thought that looks really complicated, but actually it's not too bad.
No.
Once it's explained and you break it down, it all makes sense. But it's just beautiful, isn't it?
It is.
Are we allowed to keep that one? I think I'd have that.
The sample? No, you can't keep the sample.
It's inspired by Valerie's travels to Marrakesh. You can tell, actually. And it does. It is like block printed, all printed in layers. I can't believe you've given us £50 off.
Have you ever been to Marrakesh?
No, I really would like to go.
Yeah, I'd like to go. There's like a list of places, but then lockdown happened and
well,
none of us have been on holiday for 2 years,
I
have
said
we?
to my husband, next time you do a half marathon, it's got to be somewhere I actually want to visit. So we were going to do the Marrakesh, when I say we, I was going to carry his bags. And then lockdown happened and that was that. Never did it.
So today, £149.99.
Half
£50
of the stock
off.
has already gone. Loads of you got it in your baskets. Please do check out. This is Neil's special offer.
Yeah, and so many people missed out on the last one we did, and I brought this today because people missed out.
To make them feel
Last time
better.
people did buy more than one as well.
Did
We
they?
did have people checking out a couple, so I assume people are buying it for presents, unless they want one for every room.
It's a nice present though because it's beautifully packaged.
It is.
And it comes all sellotaped up, and then
Nice
when you
box,
open
and you got nice, you know,
and it
wrapped
has
nicely in
ribbon.
tissue paper with the little ribbon under there as well. Yeah.
It's all wrapped
So
up
lovely instructions.
£50 saving on this. That's the biggest saving we've ever had. And it's not even your birthday.
It's not even my birthday.
I know.
Just trying to keep people happy from when I literally do one thing and it snowballs. It leads to something else because I get all these messages and I read them. I sit in bed on the night, read them before I get to bed. And I'm like, oh, I need to do something tomorrow, make up for it.
I know. Well, that's because you had all those offers and then disappointed everybody.
I know. I feel bad when people miss out. But the thing is, the stock on these things is limited because they're all just made to order. So they're not. There's not an unlimited supply of them. It's, you know, they're put together and there's only a certain amount.
Now, there are more people who have this quilt kit in their baskets than we've actually got in stock. So, unless you check out, somebody else is going to take it. It's a bit like walking around the supermarket with a sandwich in your basket and then someone else takes it out.
Do you ever do that when you go shopping?
Never. I have never done that when I've been shopping.
No, I do put stuff in people's trolleys. Just put something random in and then they get to the checkout. Like, I don't remember buying that.
I did it in IKEA once.
I accidentally took the wrong trolley once. So we were shopping and there was I'd left the trolley and gone walking and then I was pushing the trolley around and I thought, hang on a minute, where's the child gone? It was in someone else's trolley.
But you fancy their shopping
well,
more than your own?
shopping at the same one. I just forgot that there was a child sat in my trolley. He was just sat there, like, you know, playing with a can of baked beans.
You had someone else's.
So, don't worry, I've come back for you.
So, if it's in your basket but you haven't checked out, somebody else can steal it, or your child at the same time. So, because there are more of you, I mean, that's a fantastic offer. £50 off. I doubt we will have any left. If we do, it'll go back up again at midnight.
Yeah.
But there are more of you within basket. Well done. I know the phone lines are quite busy. Whenever Neil does his amazing offers, the phone lines suddenly get really, really busy. So we have let the customer service centre know. So the queue isn't massive, but if you're trying to get through because you want to order on the phone, it will take a bit longer. But we only have a few left in stock, and there are more in baskets than we've actually got. So please check out.
There's more though.
There's more?
You know when I said I was only going to drop it once?
Really?
I was joking.
I thought you said to me, I'm going to do it all in one go.
No, I was joking. So all the people who've already checked out, I'm gonna drop it again, and all the people who have already checked out, you're gonna get the price I'm gonna go to now. So all the people who've got it in your basket, if you check out now, you'll get the price I'm gonna go to.
Right.
But you do need to check out because you are gonna miss out. So we're gonna drop it today to £129.99.
Wow.
So from £199 to £129.99.
That's
And
like
if you've already
£70.
checked out, you still pay the lowest price.
£70 saving.
So, and this will be the lowest it ever goes. So split pay's 43.33 today. And
so that's £70. Have we ever reduced anything by £70?
I don't know.
I don't think we have. I mean, that's wow. I'm amazed that we're actually making any money on this. Is this Neil's free gift?
It's Neil. It's Neil can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, I know. How can we? You see, we got so excited when Hannah was allowed to drop something by £10, and Neil's just come in and dropped it by £70. So £70. Now there were lots of you with it in baskets, but more than we've actually got in stock. Now, if you've bought it already, don't worry. You will be charged when you come to have your card charged. It will be £129.99.
Yeah, and a lot of the more experienced customers who've been with us a while know that as soon as we put the graphics in, they'll check out because they know that whatever price we go to is the price you pay.
Yes.
So they check out, they secure the stock because they know they've got it, and then they know they're going to pay the lowest price anyway. And if you are a new customer or you haven't been with us long, you can check out as many times as you want in a day, but the stock is only yours once you've checked out. So if you've just got it sat in your basket, and then someone else can pinch it out your basket if they check out before you, so you must check out if you want it. And you only get charged one postage and packing no matter how many times you check out. So if you do check out 3 or 4 times in a day, you'll still only get charged.
And we can still do it on the split pay as well, even if it's £129.99. I mean, £70 saving, it's beautiful. And even if you're not thinking about making it now, you know, we're not going to do that offer again. Once it's gone, it's gone.
Yeah.
Well, there's so many of you in the baskets, it will be. There's too many, so please do check out. But it's great. You can have it later. Think, well, I'm going to make that in the summer, or I'll make that in a couple of months. It'll be a really good gift. But sorry, I've got so many people talking.
So talking to her.
Sorry to well, thank you so much, Neil, for coming on and giving me our special non-birthday offer.
That's okay.
That was really good. We should do. Can we do it every week?
We do it every week.
Can we do a special?
I'll have to start actually dressing appropriately.
I know.
Come on here
well,
every
I'm
week.
nearly always on a Monday, so if you could just dress up a bit every Monday, but it's quite, nice to see you in your Sunday best.
I'm not sure I can do it next week, but do you want more this week?
Yes. Have you got another one?
Always want more.
Always want more.
I'll come prepared.
£70 off this one.
I'm prepared because this one's going to sell out. So I'm prepared. I've got reinforcements.
Yes. Is this just so you don't get any more text? Which one have we got?
Which one have we got? We've got this one.
Let me see.
Not yet.
Is this my favourite one?
Is it your favourite one?
Well, I'll tell you when you show me in the box, because I have got my favourite one. Yes, that is my favourite one.
That's your favourite one.
I absolutely love that one.
So we've got the K Facet cotton candy in wheel.
£179.99.
£179.99, which is a...
Wow, that's beautiful. Did I tell you I interviewed Cave?
Did you mention it?
Did I ever mention it?
I can't remember. I think you may have mentioned it in passing.
Well, when I interviewed Cave, and he told me all about this one time at Bandcamp.
The starting price on this is £179.99. So this is another big quilt, same size as the other one. Well, 2 centimetres smaller, 201 by 201.
Have you got the quilt?
Have I got the quilt?
Have you got the quilt?
Yeah, I have. Actually.
I presumed you didn't have the quilt. Oh, we've got a question. Woohoo! I bought it. Cheers, Neil. Love you lots. Oh, but Joanne, thank you.
Do you want to help me hold this up?
Don't tell him that. He'll get all overexcited. Hang on, let me come over and help you.
Right, let's put Valerie back up.
Yeah, you've dropped Valerie.
So I just knocked this up this morning.
Oh, is this just one? That's the wrong way round.
A lovely backing.
Lovely backing. You don't get that in the kit. I love this one. Look at it. And do you know what's lovely about this is that it's really easy because it's half square triangles, but the half square triangles are made from 2 different fabrics, so it's slightly more interesting, and it's really simple. You just strip piece, turn it into triangles. But what a beautiful way of showcasing. But lots of people bought this, was it last week at £179.99? Yeah, I know.
Because we had it on a multi-buy, didn't we?
Yeah, last week we did, didn't we?
Yeah, lots of people did buy the 2 on the multi-buy, and then some people messaged saying, we really love those quilts, but buying 2 is just a little bit outside my budget, so can you do anything if we just buy the 1? So I listened to the feedback, and I've brought some back.
Well, we've only got single figures of this one left.
Have we already?
That means less than 10.
So... I'm glad you've explained that to me,
because I wasn't sure, whether he remembered that. It's Monday.
I understand now that once you get past 9, you end up with a second figure.
That's less than 10. I have to explain these things to you.
So
I love
some people have already started to put these in their baskets because they know whatever price we go to is the price they're going to pay.
Okay.
So let's see what you get for your £179.
So £10 off then?
We'll do more than £10. We'll do more than £10.
It's his special birthday, not birthday show. Right, we have got
this one in.
less than 10. Please remember that.
Is that single figures?
No, yeah, that's single figures. Less than 10
figures.
single figures. So
again,
there are a lot of you with it in baskets. Whatever price Neil drops it to, that's the price you'll be charged. Don't worry. You won't have to pay the full price. So what do we get in the kit then?
So you get your bundle of fabric, which is very nicely wrapped in tissue paper.
All K-facet
All
fabric.
K-facet fabric. You get your full colour instructions. And it says skill level here, advanced beginner.
They're hassling me. What are you going to drop it to?
What am I going to drop it to?
Yeah, we need a price.
Okay, we're going to drop it today to £135.99.
Wow.
So that's an absolutely amazing price for this cake
How much
quilt.
is that of a reduction then, Neil? How's your mental arithmetic?
£44.
He didn't look at a piece of paper.
Definitely haven't got that written down.
£44.
Mental maths.
£44 reduction, and it's K fabric.
All K fabric, yeah. All K fabric. 2 metres, just over 2 metres square, so it's a nice big quilt.
That's serious double bed size. That's king size. You'd be able to get on a king size bed.
So I've got a big quilt. I've got a big quilt at home that we have in the living room.
We've got less than 10. We have got a lot of people on the line. You really need, if you want this quilt, you really, really need to check out. Or it's just going to go. £44 saving. There's loads of you on the phone line, loads of you in the basket. Please do check out because it is going to go, as is the other one as well. We haven't got long left.
And I had a lot of messages last time saying, oh, I really wanted to get those quilts, but we run out. Why can't you make more? But we can't just make more. They come in these boxes, and once they're gone, they're gone. We can't just put more together. So they are very limited. And I've got a big quilt at home, a 2 metre cave quilt.
Have you?
Yeah, that I sewed together myself.
That's a worry. A worry that you've got a cave quilt at home.
It's brilliant for when you sat watching telly. It's like a nice big cuddle blanket.
Well, also they're just like works of art, aren't they? It's the cheapest piece of artwork that you'd ever buy.
Yeah.
Because it's it's massive.
And Cave said on this one, didn't he, that he likes the kind of big blocks, so you can see the fabric.
Yeah, I think that was when I interviewed him.
Was that when you interviewed him?
Did I mention him? Yeah.
You did mention that, yeah.
That he likes to showcase the fabric because his fabric is the thing. By using the big blocks, that's the best way to show him. But also, it makes it a lot easier to make. Right, the cave is gone.
I'm getting
Cave's
gone.
Cave's gone. Not
Cave's
cave.
Gone.
Cave's quilt.
I'm getting nagged to see if I can do more.
Only 4 single figures. Only 4 of the Valerie Wells quilt left. The cave has gone, but he's bringing us another one.
Bring you another one?
No way.
Another one. So I want as many people to be able to take advantage.
So we've only got 4 Valerie Wells left. All the cave ones have gone. What's this one? Let's have a look. Oh.
We've got the cave. I'm rubbish at lining it up on the camera, aren't I? So your left and right's opposite, isn't it, on screen?
The price is £139.99 for this one already.
Yeah, so this is already a brilliant price to
start
with.
Yeah, that's already. Is that reduced already? That must be, mustn't it?
I think it must be, but that's already an amazing price for these
yeah.
quilts. One thing to mention on these quilts is, like, some other retailers selling these for more than us, you don't actually get the book in there. So
you just get the fabric?
Yeah, so if you have missed out on ours and you think, I'm going to Google it or something, you only actually get the fabric, you don't get the book. So with the kits we're doing, the instructions are in there, everything's in there to make
because originally the instructions come from his big book, don't they?
Yeah,
and they don't do that. Yeah. Have we got that quilt?
Have we got this quilt? Have we got a demo of the quilt?
Have we got the ancient glade? Now, there's more people that have got this one in their basket, just like before, than we actually have available. Now, if you love green, this is beautiful. This was inspired by a beautiful gateway. Yes.
Did you learn that when you interviewed him?
Yeah, told me that. So the geode print in this is... Oh, right. So the geo print in this, you'll actually get a feathers print instead. Now, I've seen the picture in his book of what this inspired him. It's this beautiful ancient old gateway of a house that was all green. Single figures. How much are we going to do this one for then?
Already? I don't know, Vex, because I didn't do a sheet for this one, did I?
Oh, there's a picture of it. We can put our arms down.
I'm going to have to just...
he hasn't got a sheet
for this one.
Right, so it is £139.99. Should we get it down below triple figures?
You want less than 100?
Yeah, below the triple figures.
Okay, we go 99.99 then.
Yes, 99.99.
That's less than £100 for a quilt this big. 207 by 174 centimetres. You can still get it on your split pay.
Oh, it is
so
beautiful,
just pay $49.99
isn't it?
today, $49.99 next month.
Absolutely beautiful. Only 5 of those left.
Only 5 of these left. So I hope everyone who missed out on the quilts last week.
So there are 40 people with it in baskets, and there are 5 quilts.
40 people, 5 baskets. That's good.
Yeah.
No, 5 quilts, 40 baskets.
5 quilts, 40 people.
I'm going to open them carefully.
Lovely message for you, Neil. Tell Neil I want the William Morris one and to reduce it to 100.
See, this is what I start something. And
Thank you, Kaylee. I love that.
This is what I get. This is what I get. All my messages on Facebook are like a wish list of what they want and a price they want to pay.
Yeah.
I can't get it out.
Yeah,
I'm going to have to leave it in because we're just so short on stock that we.
It's sold out. Is it gone? It's gone.
Gone. Okay, that's my work here's done.
I was standing there thinking, oh, I'd quite like one of those. There are only 4. Is it 4? Of the Valerie Wells quilt remaining. That's it. That's it. Kate's gone.
So I promise if I come on again, I'll dress appropriately.
So
I won't come
next
on in
Monday.
Aston Villa hoodie.
Nice.
It's not that bad actually.
It's
I usually dress worse.
It hasn't got any bits of sausage roll down the front.
Well, they literally had to clean me up before I came here. I walked in with a pan of chocolate in one hand and a can of puff in the other. They're like,
say Neil, you're on
customers
air.
need you. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, well, I'm in next Monday, so if we could do that, that'd be great.
A double act next Monday.
Yes.
Okay, well, 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock.
That's good
We'll
by
put something
me.
in.
Yeah, special offer.
Let's call it a date.
Okay. Neil's special offer, 11 o'clock next Monday. Looking forward to it. Right. Thank you, Neil. That's fab. We're going to have to go for a break now. I will be back with you in a couple of minutes' time with Millie. And Debbie's going to show you how to make her with a couple of quilts. Lots already going on pre-order. So if you want to, while I'm on the break, go onto the website, put her in your basket and check her out. And I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes' time.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try. There's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. Start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Sorry we're late coming to you with this hour. We'll blame it all on Neil and his amazing offers. But congratulations to all of you who got his amazing deal of quilts. And don't forget his promise that he will come back at 11 o'clock next week with another special offer. Anyway, with this hour, we've got Millie, who I know you have all been checking out on throughout the morning. Now, this isn't the first time we've had Millie on air, but she is back today with brand new colourways. Isn't she just gorgeous? And as if you were watching earlier when Deb was on, she was saying how the two important things about Millie was that she had to be able to have clothes that were removable. And look, she has pants that are removable and a dress, and she's got a bag. And she had to have hair that you can plait and play with. So she does all of those things. Does the shoes come off as well?
They do. I've just tacked them on.
Yeah, I mean, yes, the shoes are removable. Deb's tacked them on just to hold them here. So I've got 2 kits for you today. I'm going to quickly go through those so that Deb can get straight on with her demo. So we've got 2. Now, if you want Millie with black hair, so in the kit you get now full instructions. We're not selling the instructions on their own. The only way you can get them is in the kit. Full instructions, extremely clear. Very, very clear walkthrough, photos, diagrams, really, really easy. You know, look how detailed it is about how to add the hair, how to make the dress. You've got the templates for the body and all the clothes, which means if you want to make her more clothes using the same pattern you can for the bag, it's all in there. I mean, incredibly good value for money. So, you know, there's the pinafore dress, the blouse. If you wanted to make her more clothes, then you can use those as well. So those full instructions. Then you get the beige fabric that's for her skin. You get denim that's for her pinafore. You get this lovely bright pink spot. Now that is used for these sort of blue areas. So this is used for the bow, the accent, the heart, for the parts of the shoes, for the knickers. That's the accent. You get black felt that's used for her shoes. You also get, there's so much in here, you get stranded cotton. That's for all the features on her eyes. She's got blue eyes in this one. And you get a ball of black double knit yarn that's used for her hair. So that's Spots on Cerie's Millie Ragdoll kit. The other option we have, if you've already checked out, well done. That means you can sit back and watch the demo. If you haven't checked out, please do so. These are going very, very fast. In this one, she has got like a golden hair. So again, you get the full instructions. You get the denim bit lighter for a pinafore. You get this lovely cream self-pattern fabric, which is a Liberty. It's a Liberty. Oh, it is as well. Look at that. No, it's a Moda, actually. It's Moda. Look, so if you look at it really, if I open it out, you can see it better. It's a Moda fabric, and it's got, you can see under the blue, it's got all this lovely self-pattern. So pretty, isn't it? So it's got like a white floral print on an ivory background. Get that. And you get, obviously, the skin colour fabric, black felt. You get all the stranded cotton for her features, so she's got green eyes. And you get a ball of this sort of golden blonde.
Honey, I think.
Honey, double knit yarn. So that's the 2 kits. Right. So Deb, where do we start with this one? So they were really popular last time. You brought them on air. So let's do them again.
Yeah, I think, and it's a good question. Where do we start? Because I think she could maybe look. We were talking earlier, weren't we, about beginners and intermediate sewers, and maybe she might put people off thinking, oh, it looks quite complex. But I've tried to make the pattern as easy as possible, straightforward, lots of pictures, lots of instructions, so that you can just follow it step by step. So I wanted to literally start with, what do you get in your kit, as you've just done. So when you get your kit, the first thing I did, obviously you've got all your different fabrics, and I've got the beautiful white there. The first thing I did, and you'll notice in the pattern, all the photos, and at the back there's all the templates. So the first thing I would recommend that you do is to photocopy them all.
Okay.
Photocopy, just so that you've got your pattern intact.
Yeah, just in case of accidents.
And also...
Or you could just trace them,
You could just trace them. You could just trace them off. So this is how I would do it if I was using a pattern that somebody else.
Or you could go to the library.
Yes,
libraries have photocopiers, don't they?
Yeah,
trace them a bit of.
You can get
greaseproof paper.
Photocopies in quite a few stationery shops as well, can't you? Now, just get them photocopied. So that's what I would do, and then this is what your pattern looks like. So obviously you've got your body pieces, your arms, your legs, everything you would expect. And then it's a case then of cutting out your fabric. So it comes in this, obviously these different denominations of fabric. You've got your felt for the shoes. So it's just taking your time. I personally cut out the pattern. That's why I like to photocopy it, so I'm not spoiling the one that I've got in my pattern. Cut everything out, pin it onto the fabric, and then cut around it.
Okay.
Now, so that's how I would start it, and that's literally what I wanted to just show, how it comes when you receive it. And another thing that I think perhaps puts people off dolls is the face and the embroidery of the face.
Yeah, it is, because that makes or breaks it, doesn't it?
Yeah, because
it's like toy features, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, it's quite hard to get the face quite right.
Yeah.
So, and when you look at obviously this is the drawing that I've done on the template of the face, and I think it looks quite different when you see it there to what it actually looks like when it comes.
Is that because it starts curving, doesn't it, when it's stuffed, so it changes the look a bit?
It does. So on there, I think when I drew it, she looks like she's got really big bags under her eyes. It was almost a self-portrait.
It was late one night.
But it was late one night and I drew myself. So that's sort of what I wanted to point out, that don't be put off by the face and thinking, oh, that's a bit scary, because it's really not. So it's then a case of, again, using a light box. Ideal if you've got a light box. If you haven't, you can still...
So half of the stock of the one with the golden hair, the honey hair that you've got on your desk is gone.
Oh, I think
sold out.
I think she's lovely, the honey hair. It's really nice.
That's the code that's on the screen at the moment, is the one with the honey coloured hair, and half of the stock has gone already. So if you want that, you do need to check out. Okay.
So when you've place your fabric over the top, like I say, it's a nice weight, the fabric. Don't be put off that you can see through, because it's still a nice weight.
It's a nice cotton pure cotton fabric.
I would interface this, how we were talking before about applique, because you're hand embroidering this face, I would put some really lightweight interfacing behind it, just so that it gives it that reinforcement.
We do have lightweight interfacing. If you don't have any, we do have a packet. That's the one with the lady.
What the interfacing
$2.99
also does is where you've got bits of the thread, you know, where you put the little knot at the back and you've got about 1 centimetre of thread, you can't then see it through. It won't. You won't show it through.
Just gives it that little bit extra.
Yeah.
So $2.99 for 90 by 50 centimetres, more than enough, obviously.
So there's your face. So I'm using an erasable pen. Move away from the corner. You can see I'm not cutting out the body or the shape at the moment. I'm just literally going to trace off the shape of the face onto the fabric. Now I'm doing it quite roughly because obviously I know the pattern really well. But you can obviously take your time, shape of the nose, shape of the mouth.
Okay.
So once you've traced off your face, then what I use, and I've not brought it with me today, is a very small embroidery hoop. Because I thought, and I know you do, you talked about embroidery this morning, if you use a big hoop, then you've got the biggest stretch and the fabric's less taut. So
we have got those because we had them in the previous house. So if you don't have a small embroidery hoop, they are on pre-order on the website. I
like a nice small hoop. So then you are using, as you said, your skeins of fabric, so of thread, and these come in the lengths, and they are in 6. There's 6 strands of cotton. So when you were talking about this earlier, weren't you, as well, how those little cardboard bobbins are so good for
Well, I have lost and wasted so much thread because I haven't wound them and they've all got tangled.
Yeah, they do, don't they? And then they end up in the bottom of your sewing box.
I know.
All tangled up
But
together.
since I sorted mine out, which took me weeks, I love them. Oh, it's just made my life so much better.
Well, but it was quite satisfying as well,
wasn't
it?
It did take a very long time.
Out. It's quite a nice kind of job to do, though, isn't it, when you sat in front of the TV?
Yes. Well, so there, if you need a thread organiser, that's it there. I tend to do it when, you want to concentrate on something or you're just not in the mood for sewing tonight.
Yeah, you do get nights, don't you, where you think, I want to watch the TV, but I don't actually feel like concentrating heavily. I can't thread this needle. No.
And I find I fall asleep in front of the TV if I don't see something.
Yes.
So me and my husband watch a drama together. He falls asleep, but because I'm doing something, I don't, and then we have to watch it again.
And then you have to tell him what's happened.
Yeah.
So thread your needle, and then you're literally, as I say, I would always use an embroidery hoop with this normally at home, and then you're just following the face, the lines that you've drawn on with your erasable pen. So you don't have to be absolutely exact, because you're going to go over it with your erasable pen and that will get rid of all those lines. And you're just following your line round. So it's just like any embroidery design, and you've just drawn the now can you see what I mean about these threads at the back?
Right, so the interfacing.
If that was interfaced, that would just secure it from the back. And you see how you could see it just through very slightly.
Right.
Where the interfacing would just cover that. So it would just give it a bit more depth to your fabric. I'm not doing a very good job of this morning. I do miss my embroidery hoop. I have to have.
I know, I can't. And some people do, but I know I can't unless it's really super tight in an embroidery hoop.
I find it just isn't laying as flat as I would like it to. But you get the idea of following the line and embroidering round. So once you've embroidered all the features of the face and the nose and obviously the mouth and the eyes, then you would use your pattern here. So there's your pattern with your body on it. Now this bit here, let me quickly explain this part here. This is the hairline. So with the doll that's got the honey yarn and the light cream face, I think that looks okay at the back because you can't see, when you see the scalp through the hair, it doesn't look too contrasting, whereas on the one you've got, you see how I've put a piece of dark brown fabric on the back of the head so that you can't see the contrast of the wool so much through it. So that's what these templates are for here. And then if you cut out your pattern, the pattern does tell you there's little markings on there.
So that's the code on the screen at the moment. That's for the doll that's got the black hair. The other kit, so the black head.
And then if you wanted to just reinforce the back of the head with a dark
and with
fabric,
the pink dot on
just
it.
use
That's
that.
the one that's on the screen at the moment.
Out of your scrap, couldn't you? So cut out your pattern, and then I'm just going to show you how that lays over the area of the face for you to then cut it out from the fabric, the body fabric. So there's your pattern piece, and then you would get the fabric where your face is embroidered onto it, and you would place it so that the face is in the centre, if that makes sense.
Yes.
From where I'm standing, I can see the face that I've embroidered through. So that's then where I would cut out my body shape from.
Okay.
So the face is nicely embroidered on, and that's all ready to go. And then with your other pieces, your clothes, again, it's all really clearly explained. Obviously, we haven't got long because we're sharing this hour with the hearts. So I know it's a whistle-stop tour. I can't remember the date that I did. I think it was in October. Was it 28th of October? I think it was. That I did the original demo.
So if once you've bought the kit and you've got it home, if you go onto YouTube, look at the 28th of October, then Deb demonstrates how to do the doll in more detail.
Yeah.
But honestly, everything you need to know is in these instructions anyway.
Yeah, they're really clear.
They are very clear.
And in there it explains more about how I've done the face and more about how I've done the interface on the back of the head as well. All the parts, so you make the dress, obviously you can make these in whichever order you choose, the dress, the blouse, the knickers, the shoes. She's got a little bag, which is just a nice bit of 4 little pieces.
I know, that's
of
so
patchwork.
cute. That's such a nice touch. I like the plaited handle.
Yes, yeah, it's just a really nice little touch. So you've got the little bag and the plaited handle, and as you say, I've just kept that on with a safety pin just to secure it. But you can take that off, so you can play with the little bag. You could put things in it. It's lined as well.
Oh, I know.
So I like the
cute
attention to detail, but don't be put off by that because it's all really, really easy to do. So that's all explained in the pattern, even how to do the
and how to make her blouse.
And how to make a blouse.
I like the way her pinafore has got knotted tops.
Yes.
You see a lot of dungarees like that, don't you?
Yeah, I like
really
it.
Cool.
Because I didn't want to be.
See, look, they've got knotted shoulders. I love that. You see lots of dungarees like that. I quite fancy some.
Yeah, and then you can alter it, can't you? If you want the pinafore to be a bit lower, and of course you can always just add a bit more length onto the dress if you wanted to.
Well, you can then use your own fabric to make her a summer dress.
Yes, yeah, you could use exactly
pattern.
that. Yeah, to make a summer dress. You wouldn't even need the top underneath. You just have a nice little vest.
Well, and you could use the pattern to make pyjamas.
Yes.
The same as the top.
The top and the pants make nice spring pyjamas.
Yes.
Yeah.
Her own wardrobe, so you know you can give her to somebody with a whole little wardrobe as well.
Yeah.
So for £24.99, that's fantastic value because you've got everything you need to make her and all the clothes, and then you've got the patterns to more. So I'll just go through each bundle because it's not that clear which one is which. So the one that we've got on screen at the moment is the one that is the blonde hair, the one with the honey-coloured hair. So in that you get the full instructions, you get the denim for her pinafore, you get this lovely Moda white on cream print fabric, you get the skin fabric, the felt for the shoes, and then the 3 skeins of DMC stranded cotton that you used for the facial embroidery, and you get a whole ball of yarn that's used for the hair. And I imagine that's way more than enough.
Yeah, it's way more than enough.
Okay.
I think this is what I've got left from this.
So you can knit her a scarf.
Yeah, you could knit her a scarf, couldn't you, as well? That'd be really nice.
To match her hair.
Yeah.
Because we all want scarves to match.
To match our hair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Never heard of having a matching cardigan.
It's a brilliant idea. Yes, you can knit her a little scarf to match her hair.
You've got plenty left. If you want to make another doll,
yes,
you've got plenty of yarn
left. In the other kit, the one with the black hair, which is called the Pink Dot, we've got the denim for the pinafore. We're on full instructions, obviously. Denim for the pinafore. We've got the pink dot that's used for the knickers and the blouse and the accent pieces. Isn't that lovely? I bet that looks gorgeous together. You've got the tan fabric for the skin, black for the shoes. You've got 3 skeins of embroidery thread. This doll, Millie, has got blue eyes. And you get a whole ball of double knit black yarn that's used for the hair. So that is the Spots on Cerise Millie Rag doll kit. You just got to choose which. Now, please do. We are limited in stock for these. Please, if they're in your basket, do check out because obviously, you know, people will be coming in and out, and you might lose it if you've only got it in your basket. Right, we do have some other kits. Hearts.
Yes. So now we're moving on from Millie.
And we have 6 of
We've got
them.
the hearts.
So I'm going to do this really fast. 6 of them. So these gorgeous set of hearts. You get to make, how many hearts can you make from the kits?
Obviously you've got the 3.
You can make the set of 3.
And then you would have enough. I'm trying to think how much is left. You do get quite a lot of fabric left. Whether you'd be able to get another set out of it, you probably would actually.
So you could make definitely 3, maybe 2 sets.
Yes.
Right, so in the red one you get 4 fat quarters, 2 reds, a white and a pink. This one is Liberty, these 2 are Moda. Oh, you also, in the little envelope, you get the key ring and the lobster clasp and a little heart charm as well. It's a little charm as well. So that's in the red kit. There's a heart charm in it, which might vary slightly, but it's a little charm and a key ring and a lobster clasp. That's for hanging the hearts up with. So that's the red one. Then the next one, again, you've got beautiful orangey print fabric, pink, another cream print fabric, very pretty floral, the pink, blue and gold trio and pale blue. And again, obviously you get all the clasps to go with it. And the instructions. Instructions, we'll go through those in a minute with Deb. Very comprehensive, very easy to understand. If you fancy a bit of blue and green, this one's lovely. You've got beautiful white print fabric. That's Liberty. Got another turquoise print fabric, matching denim print, and then a plain navy. Right, those are just fat quarters. Okay, no instructions with that pack, just the fat quarters. The next one, oh, I like this one. It's got a bit of metallic in it again. So you've got the instructions. You've got this lovely metallic print fabric in this one. Let me just move that out of the way. Beautiful gold metallic print. A lovely blue and gold small sort of starry print to go with it. A Liberty pale blue and cream. That's the blue and gold trio heart. Oh, and again, obviously you get all the clasps as well. So that's that one. Okay. Is it the green one or the orange one? Right. Okay, and then this one, you've got the instructions, you've got obviously all the clasps, then you've got a green print, then you've got more of a green sort of geometric print, you've got the pale mint, and then you've got this gorgeous one that's got script all over it. That's really pretty, isn't it? The orange kit is if you wanted to buy another set of fat quarters because you've already got the instructions, you've already bought one of the kits. We've got a set of 4 fat quarters here with the orange print, yellow prints. This is your real sunshine set, and a nice navy. That's a lovely selection, isn't it? That's the final one. Right. So Deb. Oh, sorry. Last one. Instructions on their own. If you want to make the set of hearts. There they are, $9.99 if you just want the instructions on their own. So there's lots of different choices, there are lots of different kits. Have a look on the website because it's all on there if you want to choose. So Deb.
Yes.
Right.
So I've got the lovely green.
Okay, that's
set.
my one with the script. I like this one.
Yeah, I really like this one. Yes.
Gorgeous, isn't it?
Really
So what was
nice.
so when you designed these, what was the idea behind them?
I just love hearts.
Right.
Always have had hearts around the house, hanging on door handles, drawer handles. I like them with lavender in around the house. So they've always just been a thing of mine. So hearts and hexagons, they're my preferred shapes.
And it's lovely that you've made one as a little key ring.
Yes.
I like that.
Well, that's what I'm going to show you today.
Oh, okay.
If we get time.
Yeah, no,
just because the making of the heart is pretty much, apart from the cushion, so I'll try and explain a little bit of that as well. But the 3 hanging hearts and the key ring are all the same.
Okay. Actually, do you want to get them? You can get the ones off the shelf if you want to.
Yeah.
Show.
So the little key ring, that's what I'm going to show you this
So
morning.
there's 3 different sizes. One is a cushion.
Yeah. So you get in the pattern, you get the template here for the key ring. Right. So you get your heart shape there for the key ring. Again, I would photocopy that so you're leaving your pattern intact. Then you get the string of hearts template here. So there's 3, as you can see, the larger heart, the medium sized one and the smaller one. So if you cut the larger one out and then cut your fabric out for that one, then you can cut the middle one out from that, cut your fabric out, and then the smaller one.
Oh, so I'd say you can make the whole string and the cushion and the keyring, and then you can probably get the whole some of that again as well.
Yes, yeah. And then you've got the big hearts template here for the cushion. So that's made up of patchwork. I'm going to show you a little bit of that this morning.
Okay.
But that's the template for your heart cushion. So all your templates are there. Everything you need is in the pattern. The one thing that I did do, because I used to make a lot of hearts and I used to sell them at craft fairs and things, and I always found that on the seam that I left open, so I would always leave about 1 inch or 1.5 inches here, when you go to hand sew that up, it would then distort the shape of the heart.
Yes, no, I know exactly what you mean.
And it used to bug me a little bit. So I thought, actually, when I do my own heart pattern, I'm going to do it so that the seam is at the back.
So that makes it easier.
So you can't. It's literally looks like it's not got a seam at all. So to do that, I cut out from my fabrics. I just love this green and the scripts. So I cut out a piece of the green.
It's very fresh and mint, isn't it?
It's really fresh, yeah, it's lovely. And the bundles, they do all complement each other. They're so nice. So this is the small heart because I'm making the keyring. So I'm going to cut that out from that fabric in a second. I'm just showing you how much fabric I've left. Then for the back of the heart, I'm going to use the script. And that's slightly bigger, look. You can see how I've cut it slightly bigger because what I'm going to do is get my ruler and rotary cutter and I'm going to half that fabric. I've not measured that fabric, I just know there's enough to cut the heart from. So I'm going to cut that fabric in half and then I'm going to sew that back together so that I've got my seam. So it sounds counterintuitive, but it makes sense when you see how it works.
Yeah, no, that makes sense because you know that that's going to join together because you cut it in half.
It just seems strange though, doesn't it, that you we cut a bit of fabric in half to then sew it together.
But you need that seam.
It's why are we doing that? So just a normal 1/4 inch seam and sew straight across that seam. And then when you have sewn that, I'm going to press it as always, set the seam. Bring the ironing board over here. And on this one, I very rarely press my seams open on this occasion because we're going to rip the seam so we can fill the cushion. I'm going to press that seam open. So fold it in the centre, open, and then just push it out with your fingers and use your fingernail and then go over it with your mini iron. So that seam is pressed open and then go on to the right side of the fabric as well. So that's nicely pressed. And then I'm going to put those two bits, the front and back. At the moment, it just doesn't matter whether they're right side up. I keep them both right side facing at this point because I want to put my template on top and I want that seam running right down the centre of the heart. So pin that really quite tightly so that your template is on top of your fabric, and then you cut in both pieces of fabric together. You could either use your rotary cutter. I like scissors, to be honest, when I'm cutting round.
Yeah, I've tried doing curves with rotary cutters and just slice through the fabric.
Yeah,
I think it can be done. It just probably takes a lot more practice than I can be bothered
yeah,
with.
and I mean I'm a big rotary cutter and ruler fan, but I think sometimes we forget to use the scissors, and sometimes they're just easier, aren't they?
I know, I do find sometimes I'm cutting stuff out with my rotary cutter and think actually it would have been quicker to do with scissors. It depends what you do, doesn't it?
Yeah. So you can see there that they are nicely now cut out. So they're both the same size. This is my front and this is the back. But to be honest, because if you've got the hanging hearts or a keyring, it flips up and down anyway, and it won't matter that's which is the right and wrong. Then I'm going to make now this little tab here that's going to have my key charm on it. Okay. So that is just a little piece of fabric that I cut off in the other contrasting green, and I fussy cut that, look.
I know, I can see.
I couldn't help myself.
Because it's so lovely, isn't it?
It wasn't an accident because it reminded me of wallpaper. You know, we used to get like the old wallpaper pattern.
Oh, that's Riley Blake, that one is beautiful.
Beautiful.
Isn't it? To see on your selvage, yes.
So I couldn't help but fussy cut that, even though you're not going to actually see
it. Had
to
to be done.
I just had to do it. I couldn't bring myself.
Had to be done because it's beautiful.
Couldn't bring myself to cut through it. So I'm going to cut a 2.5 inch length. So 2.5 inch, that's pretty central as well, by 2 inch. So I'm just moving my rule around because one side of the rule has got the 1/2 inch and one's got a full inch measurement. So 2.5 by 2. And then, a bit like we did with the handle earlier and just how you do binding, I'm going to fold that and press it in half, and then both sides in half towards the centre again. So 1, 2, and then fold that in half again. And that makes my little bit of binding for my tab. So what we're going to do now is put this, again, it comes together really, really quickly. So right sides of the fabric of the heart together. I'm going to top stitch along both edges of my tab. So try and keep your stitches here quite long again and right close to the edge of the fabric, just so that it's nice and neat. Turn it round and sew down the other side. There we go. And then we fold that tab in half, and I'm going to push it inside the heart so that where it's halved there is in the centre of the heart, if that makes sense. So your raw edges are in line with the raw edges of the heart. So pop that in. Doesn't really matter where. I tried to get it on that straight part there, but it doesn't matter overly whereabouts. And I'm going to clip, because it's just easier for a clip to hold all them pieces together. I might just put a pin here so it doesn't all come apart. And then I can now sew all the way around the heart without having to worry about my turning gap. So again, it doesn't matter where you start. I'm just going to take my stitch length down now, back to 2.4. I'm on a 1/4 inch setting. And because you've set the stitch length to quite small, you can get around those curves quite nicely. When you get to the top of the heart, where it comes down to the centre, turn your heart facing to the left and then just do 2 stitches, 1, 2. And what that does, it just allows you then enough pressure off that seam so that it will, when you turn it out, it sits nice.
Yeah, I see what you mean, rather than pivoting.
Yeah, and it doesn't pucker then. The fabric won't pucker when you turn it out. Gently
That's
around.
a really good tip. So just a couple of stitches.
Just gives you enough, it just provides enough give in the fabric to then the heart will open up nicely. Back down to that centre and then back up, and either do a back stitch or a lock stitch so it's nice and secure, because especially if this is going to be a key ring, they get a little bit of wear and tear, don't they, in your bag. So there's my heart all sewn up. I'm going to cut the seam allowance off at the bottom, not too much, but just cut that out so when you turn it out you can get a nice pointy edge. You've taken the bulk out of the fabric, and then snip into those curves down towards the point and gently round here, because you don't want to snip the stitches. And then with your quick unpick, don't know if I brought mine today. No, didn't. Let me get my little scissors, or my big scissors. So I'd use my quick unpick here. But if you just get your scissors, gently snip in.
No, that's a chopper.
I know, I always carry one in my trolley, but not today.
No, well.
There we go. So just gently unpick those stitches, and then you don't have to cut through many. Turn it out gently, because you don't want it ripping the whole seam, because very soon you're going to be sewing it back up together. Make sure you're turning. I would have set the seam normally as well. I didn't set the seam with the eye, and just so that the stitches are nice and secure. And there we are. You've got your nice heart shape.
Oh, that's so pretty, isn't it?
So make sure it's pushed out. Really give because the heat off your fingers really pushes those seams out. Again, you want to, I've got my little kebabi stick here, look, as my new pointy tool while I wait for my new one to come. And then give that a good press. And there you are. You've got your heart-shaped keyring.
Lovely.
And then on the back, you can see that seam is open at the minute. So you would fill that with your toy stuff in and then just catch it with some nice white thread with a slip stitch. So it's nice and neat.
Okay.
So on that particular fabric, you wouldn't even see those stitches
No,
at all.
you wouldn't at all. No, that's true. Well, I'll just go through this green one. So the kit that Deb's just been working with is this green one, and you get the full instructions, which shows you everything. You get to make the cushion, the set of 3 hanging hearts, and the keyring. And as Deb said, there'll be enough fabric left over to make a few more as well. So everything you need to know. Look at this, really clear. Templates, everything, big ones, small ones, medium ones, everything you need to know. In this bundle, you get the keyring, the lobster clasp for the hanging hearts, and a little charm as well. You then get 4 fat quarters, this gorgeous green fabric. Love that one, isn't that beautiful? This one, this one Riley Blake as well?
I think so.
Yes. Yeah. So you get this one is Riley Blake, and I know the other one was because we saw that lovely one. It's a really lovely soft mint green, and then you get the Riley Blake print fabric. You get this gorgeous text print. Goes really well with it, doesn't it? I like the mixture of florals and text, and then you get the plain mint green. So that's that one. For the red one, this is the most popular. Again, you get the full instructions. Then you get this gorgeous red print. Just seeing which this one is. I don't know. Oh, it doesn't say on the selvage of that one. Lovely. It's like red with white etched leaves on it. And then you've got the same, well, but with flowers, but reverse. So you've got white with the red. It's like those sort of illustrations, hand-drawn illustrations, but in red. You often see them in black and white. That's lovely, isn't it? You get this gorgeous pink Liberty that goes with it. That's lovely, isn't it? That real lovely, perfect. If I'm thinking of hanging hearts in the kitchen, that red and white finish is really lovely, particularly if you've got quite a neutral kitchen. A little pop of red and white looks lovely. And then you get the fat quarter of ivory to go with it. And obviously in the packet you get the lobster clasp, the keyring clasp, and the little charm as well. So that's the red trio hearts kit. And I'll just go recap Millie. Right, I'm just going to recap Millie because we've got a lot of you with that one in baskets, and the one with the pink. Right, so in the Millie with the black hair, in this kit, you've got obviously the full instructions for making her. You have the denim, beautiful. It's our proper quality denim that we use for our dressmaking, but Millie gets proper adult fabric. This is really nice denim. I've used that for sewing with quite a lot. You get this gorgeous cerise spot. I like that. But it must look really fresh and bright against the dark denim. You get the tan coloured fabric that's used for the skin, the black felt that's used for the shoes. You get 3 skeins of DMC stranded cotton for her facial features, and a 100-gram ball of black yarn. $24.99 to make your very own Millie Rag doll. Has all the templates, all the patterns to make the doll and to make the clothes. And then obviously you can use those patterns if you want to make her more clothes, like little pyjamas or a summer dress. Anyway, Debbie, thanks so much. I'm sorry we rushed you with that Neil coming in with his special offers. I know.
With all them special offers.
I know. It's all right, you see, he just comes in and willy-nilly make special offers. So I'm sorry for the rush in that, but it was lovely. They are gorgeous.
Thank you very much.
Kits. So thank you for being with me today. When are you back in?
Tuesday, is it the 15th of Feb?
Yes,
I think it's
the 13th is a Sunday because that's my birthday.
Oh,
just
happy
in case
birthday
anyone
for
wondered.
them. Just say it.
And I know it's on a Sunday because I sorted out doing a birthday show, so the 15th.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, so I'm in on the Tuesday that week.
Lovely.
So not very long.
Well, have a good journey back.
Thank you.
The frost has
defrosted.
Defrosted.
Very, very cold this morning. Very, very cold.
It was very, very cold, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, have a good journey back. Thank you for joining me today.
Thanks.
So thank you for joining me today on Sewing Street. We have got Yarn Lane coming up next, but that's it for Sewing Street today. So coming up tomorrow, who have we got presenting, Hannah? Vix is presenting tomorrow, and at 8 o'clock we have got Sorry, it's not. It's John. Tomorrow we've got John presenting Vixie's on Wednesday. Sorry, John. John will be with you tomorrow doing designer fabrics at 8. At 9 o'clock, he's on with Sally Ann Harrison, who's doing the Liberty flower quilt. Oh, bet that'll be good. Love a bit of Liberty. 10 o'clock, we've got sewing room tools. And at 11 o'clock, Sally Ann is back with her rainbow pleat cushion and pouch. And at 12 o'clock, it's sewing machines and accessories. That looks like a fab day, doesn't it? I think that's going to be a real learn something new day with all of those lovely things. But coming up next, we have Yarn Lane. If you're watching on the TV, you don't have to do anything. We'll just quickly nip over to Yarn Lane. It'll be exactly the same channel. If, however, you're watching on the internet, on the web, or on Facebook, you need to jump over to www.yarnlane.com, and then you can watch us from there. If you have already got an account with Sewing Street, that's fine. You use the same account with Yarn Lane. If you've already shopped on Sewing Street, that's fine, because your P&P goes across Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, so you're always covered. If you've never watched Yarn Lane before, please do join me. We're going through lots of beautiful spring-inspired kits, materials, patterns, yarn. It's going to be lovely. So if you haven't watched us before, look forward to see you in a couple of minutes. If you have, welcome back. It'd be lovely to see you on Yarn Lane. I'll be back with you in just a few minutes' time.